A father's hand was supposed to feel like protection. Jordan had learned that lie early, before she could even speak full sentences. Before she understood that the warmth of his palm against her hair wasn't affection but appraisal. Before she realized that every embrace from Alpha Ismail Matthews came with invisible strings attached, each one tightening around her worth, her value, her right to exist within the pack. His hand felt like ownership. Every pat on her head throughout her childhood was a price tag being attached. Good girl, Jordan. So obedient. So useful. Every embrace at pack gatherings was a transaction being calculated, his mind already measuring what she could be traded for, what alliances her eventual mating could secure. Every time he squeezed her shoulder in what others mistook for fatherly pride, she felt the weight of expectation pressing down, not for her happiness, but for his gain. By the time he sold her to save her sister, she'd already learned the cruelest truth of all: love was just another word for leverage. But that understanding came later. Much later. After the night everything changed. Jordan was 16 when her wolf should have awakened. The pack gathered in the sacred grove under the full moon, the awakening moon they called it. Young wolves stood in a circle, trembling with anticipation as ancient magic thrummed through the earth beneath their bare feet. One by one, she watched her peers transform, bones cracking and reshaping in that beautiful, terrible way, fur sprouting like wildfire across skin, eyes flashing with the golden light of their inner beasts finally breaking free. Her twin sister, Eloise, transformed first among them. A stunning silver wolf with eyes like molten amber, powerful, graceful, everything an alpha's daughter should be. Their father's chest swelled with pride, so visible it might as well have been a declaration written across the sky. Then he turned to Jordan. She felt his expectation like a physical weight, felt the entire pack's attention shift to her, waiting. She closed her eyes and reached inward, searching for that presence she'd felt flickering at the edges of her consciousness for months. That sense of other that every wolf described, the beast that should be pacing beneath her skin, ready to emerge. Nothing. She reached deeper, panic rising in her throat like bile. Please, she begged silently, please be there. Still nothing. The silence within her soul was absolute, deafening. A void where her wolf should have been howling. When she opened her eyes, her father's expression had already shifted from pride to confusion to something far worse: disgust, barely masked by forced neutrality. The pack's whispers started like a distant storm, then grew to a roar that drowned out even her own racing heartbeat. Wolfless, cursed, broken. The pack healer examined her afterward, ancient hands probing her spirit with magic that felt like ice water in her veins. Elder Ruth's face grew grimmer with each passing moment until finally, she delivered the verdict that would define Jordan's existence. There is no wolf within her. The magic. It's not just absent. It's been rejected. Actively pushed out. The old woman's voice held a mixture of fascination and horror. I've never seen anything like it. It's as if her own soul refuses to bond with a beast. Can it be fixed? Alpha Ismail's voice was sharp, businesslike. Already calculating losses. No. Elder Ruth met his gaze steadily. This isn't a developmental delay or a blockage I can remove. This is fundamental. She is wolfless, and she will remain wolfless. Furthermore, the healer hesitated, her wrinkled hand moving to rest over Jordan's abdomen. The same rejection extends to her womb. The magic that should make her fertile, that should allow her to carry pups. It's gone. She is barren. The word hung in the air like an executioner's blade. Her father's hand had touched her shoulder then one final time. But there was no warmth in it. No calculation even. Just the cold weight of dismissal. When he removed it, she understood with terrible clarity that she'd become worthless to him in the span of a single night. No wolf meant no strength, no pack bonds, no ability to defend territory. No fertility meant no political marriages, no alliances through mating, no heirs to strengthen bloodlines. No value meant no love. Not that there had been much to begin with. The years that followed were a master class in invisibility. Jordan learned to move through the pack house like a ghost, drawing no attention, making no sound. Her sister Eloise's star rose higher with each passing season, stronger, faster, more dominant, everything their father had hoped for in an heir. Meanwhile, Jordan shrank smaller, folding herself into corners and shadows, trying desperately to justify her existence through usefulness. She cooked, she cleaned, she organized pack records with meticulous care, she memorized every treaty, every alliance, every debt owed and favor granted. She made herself indispensable in the only ways left to her, the ways that didn't require a wolf, didn't require a womb, didn't require her to be anything other than a pair of hands and a functioning mind. It almost worked. For 7 years, she carved out a small, quiet life in the margins of pack hierarchy. She wasn't happy. Happiness seemed like a luxury for those who belonged, but she survived. She found tiny moments of peace in the pack library, in the garden where she grew herbs for the healer, in the rare instances when she could be alone with her thoughts instead of surrounded by wolves who reminded her with every breath how incomplete she was. Then came the debt. The Blood Moon Pack's attack was swift and brutal. They hit 3 of the Matthews Pack's border outposts in a single night, killing 17 wolves and taking twice that many prisoner. Alpha Ismail had underestimated their new leader's ruthlessness, had failed to reinforce defenses when the intelligence reports warned of increased aggression. The retaliation required was both immediate and devastating. But the Matthews Pack was already weakened from a harsh winter and a disease that had swept through their livestock. They couldn't afford an all-out war. Not without allies. That's when her father remembered the Nightshade Pack and their notoriously isolated Alpha King. Eric Potts was a legend spoken in whispers. A king who'd taken control of the largest pack in the Northern Territories before his 25th year. A warrior whose beast was said to be twice the size of any normal wolf, with eyes that glowed red instead of gold. A ruler so powerful that other alphas paid tribute just to avoid his attention. He was also cursed. The rumors varied depending on who told them. Some said he'd been born half-beast, unable to fully take human form. Others claimed he'd been cursed by a witch he'd spurned, trapped in a form somewhere between man and wolf. Still others whispered that he'd made a dark bargain for power, and the price was his humanity. What everyone agreed on was this. Alpha King Eric Potts was a monster who lived alone in a castle deep in the northern mountains, attended only by guards who were either too loyal or too frightened to speak of what they'd seen. No one had laid eyes on him in over 3 years. That's who her father chose to beg for an alliance. Jordan was in the library when she overheard the argument between her father and the Pack Council. Elder Ruth's voice carried through the ventilation shaft that connected to the meeting room below. "You cannot possibly be considering this, Ismail. The man is a recluse at best, a monster at worst. What makes you think he'd help us?" "Because I have something he wants." Her father's voice was cold, calculating, the tone she recognized from her childhood, the tone that preceded transactions. And what would that be? "We have nothing he doesn't already possess tenfold." A pause. Then, "Everyone wants an heir, even monsters." Jordan's blood turned to ice. "You mean to offer Eloise?" The horror in Ruth's voice was evident. "She's your heir, your strongest. Not Eloise." Her father's interruption was sharp. The other one. The silence that followed was deafening. "Jordan?" Ruth's voice pitched higher. "Ismail, she's wolfless. Barren. What use would she be to an Alpha King?" "Exactly." The satisfaction in her father's tone made Jordan's stomach churn. "She's worthless to me, but perhaps not to him. Think about it, a monster who hides from his own kind. A king so cursed he hasn't taken a mate in all his years of rule. Perhaps he's not looking for an heir. Perhaps he's looking for something else. Someone who won't run screaming when she sees him. Someone who has nowhere else to go. Someone so desperate for a place to belong that she'll accept even a monster's castle as home. You're going to sell your daughter to save your pack. I'm going to make a strategic alliance to save my pack." Her father corrected. "What happens to the girl is irrelevant. She's been a burden since her awakening failed. At least this way, she'll finally serve a purpose." Jordan pressed her hand against her mouth to keep from making a sound. 7 years of being invisible, of trying to prove her worth, of hoping that maybe someday her father would see her as more than a failed investment. All of it had been for nothing. She was still just leverage. Still just a transaction waiting to happen. The only difference now was that the price had finally been named. 3 days later, Jordan stood in her father's study while he drafted the proposal. He didn't look at her as he wrote, didn't acknowledge her presence beyond a cursory wave toward a chair she didn't dare sit in. When he finished, he sealed the letter with wax, and his alpha sigil then finally met her eyes. For just a moment she thought she saw something flicker across his face. Regret, maybe, or guilt. Then he blinked, and it was gone. "You'll go to the Nightshade Castle as a potential bride for Alpha King Eric," he said, his voice flat and businesslike. "You'll be respectful, obedient, and useful. If he accepts the arrangement, you'll mate with him and secure his military support for our conflict with the Blood Moon Pack. If he rejects you," he shrugged, "then you'll return here, and we'll find another solution. And if he kills me?" The question escaped before Jordan could stop it. Her father's expression didn't change. "Then you'll have finally done something worthwhile for this pack." His hand reached out one last time. One final touch. He placed a small bag of coins on the desk between them. Travel money. Just enough to reach the Nightshade territory, but not enough to run anywhere else. When his fingers brushed hers as she took the bag, she felt nothing. No warmth. No calculation. Not even the cold weight of dismissal. Just nothing. And somehow, that was worse than all the rest. Because a father's hand was supposed to feel like protection, but hers had only ever felt like a reminder of everything she wasn't worth. By the time he sold her to save her sister, to save his pack, to save his own pride, she'd already learned the truth that would carry her through the nightmare ahead. Love was just another word for leverage. And she'd never had any to bargain with. Chapter 1. A father's hand, a daughter's worth. The journey to Nightshade territory took 6 days. Jordan traveled in a cramped carriage with 2 of her father's guards. Silent men who looked at her with a mixture of pity and disgust, as if she were already a corpse being delivered to its grave. They didn't speak to her except to grunt occasional directions, and she was grateful for the silence. It gave her time to prepare for whatever waited at the end of this road. Or at least, she tried to prepare. How did one ready themselves to meet a monster? The landscape changed as they traveled north. The rolling green hills of Matthew's territory gave way to dense forests that grew darker and more oppressive with each passing mile. The trees here were ancient twisted things with bark like weathered stone and branches that clawed at the sky. Even in full daylight, shadows pooled beneath their canopies like spilled ink. The animals changed too. Jordan caught glimpses of them through the carriage window: deer with too many eyes, ravens that watched their progress with unsettling intelligence, wolves that were far too large to be natural. Everything here felt wrong, as if the land itself had been touched by the same curse that afflicted its king. On the 4th day, they passed through a village at the edge of Nightshade territory. The people there moved with heads down and shoulders hunched, their eyes darting nervously toward the mountain that loomed in the distance. When one of the guards asked for directions to the castle, the villagers scattered like frightened rabbits, all except one old woman who spat at their feet. "You're taking her to him." The crone's voice was like gravel scraping against stone, her rheumy eyes fixed on Jordan through the carriage window. Poor girl. Better to slit her throat now and save her the suffering. "Watch your tongue, old woman," one of the guards snapped. "We're on official pack business." "Official business." The woman laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "That's what they always call it when they feed the monster." "How many has it been now?" 6? 7? All those pretty young things sent up the mountain, and none of them ever come back down. She leaned closer to the carriage, her breath reeking of rot and herbs. "You know what I think happens to them? I think he eats them, bones and all, nothing left but screams that echo through the valley on quiet nights." "That's enough." The guard's hand moved to his weapon, but Jordan had already seen the truth in the old woman's eyes. Not madness, knowledge, and something else, something that looked almost like grief. "What's your name?" Jordan found herself asking, her voice barely above a whisper. The old woman's expression softened slightly. "Mitzi," she said. "Mitzi Rios. I was the castle cook. Once. Before the curse took hold." Her gnarled fingers reached through the window, grasping Jordan's hand with surprising strength. "Listen to me, girl. Whatever you think you know about Alpha King Eric, whatever you've been told, it's worse. So much worse. That thing up in the castle isn't a man anymore. It's not even really a wolf. It's something in between. Something that should never have existed. And it's hungry." "For what?" Jordan whispered. Mitzi's eyes filled with tears. "For everything it lost. For everything it can never have again. For something, anything that might end its suffering." She released Jordan's hand and stepped back. If you're smart, you'll run. Tonight, when your guards are sleeping, run as far and as fast as you can. And pray he doesn't come after you. The guard cracked his whip, and the horses lurched forward. Jordan twisted in her seat to watch Mitzi disappear into the gloom of the village, that warning echoing in her mind like a death knell. Run. But where would she go? Back to a father who'd made it clear she was worthless. Back to a pack that had spent 7 years treating her like a ghost. At least here, heading toward this monster, she had a purpose. Even if that purpose was just to be consumed, at least then, she'd finally matter to someone. Even if only as a meal. The castle appeared on the 6th day, just as dusk began to paint the sky in shades of blood and bruise. It jutted from the mountainside like a broken tooth, all sharp angles and crumbling stone, wrapped in shadows so thick they seemed almost solid. Towers reached toward the sky like accusing fingers, their windows dark and empty as dead eyes. The entire structure radiated wrongness, a presence so oppressive that Jordan felt it pressing against her chest even from a distance. The guards grew increasingly nervous as they approached. Their hands kept straying to their weapons, and they muttered prayers under their breath, old words in a language Jordan didn't recognize but understood instinctively. Protection spells. Wards against evil. They didn't think they'd work. The castle gates stood open a mouth, waiting to swallow them whole. No guards challenged their entrance. No servants appeared to greet them. The courtyard they entered was overgrown with weeds that had cracked through ancient stone, and the fountain at its center had long since run dry. Bones littered the ground near the stable's animal bones. Jordan told herself, though some of them looked disturbingly human in size and shape. End of the line, one of the guards said, his voice tight with barely suppressed fear. He practically threw Jordan's single bag at her feet. The letter said to bring you to the castle. We've done that. What happens now is between you and him. You're not coming inside? Jordan tried to keep the panic from her voice and failed miserably. Not for all the gold in the kingdom. The other guard was already turning the horses around. You want our advice? Don't go in. Wait here until morning. Then start walking south. Tell your father the king rejected you before you even met. It's better then. A howl cut through the air, long, low, and so filled with rage and anguish that it seemed to vibrate in Jordan's bones. It came from somewhere deep within the castle, echoing through the empty courtyard like a promise of pain. Both guards went pale. Their horses reared, eyes rolling white with terror. Gods preserve you, girl, one of them whispered. Then they were gone, the sound of hoofbeats fading into the distance until Jordan was left alone in the dying light with nothing but that terrible howl still reverberating in her ears. She stood there for a long moment, bag clutched in her trembling hands, staring at the castle's open mouth. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to follow Mitzi's advice and flee into the forest, taking her chances with whatever horrors lurked there rather than face what waited inside these walls. But then she remembered her father's hand cold and empty of anything resembling love. Remembered 7 years of being invisible, worthless, less than nothing. Remembered Eloise's pitying looks and the pack's whispers and the crushing weight of existing without purpose. At least here, she had been sent for something. Even if that something was just to be another name on a list of disappeared girls. At least someone, even a monster, had found her worth the effort of a transaction. Jordan picked up her bag and walked through the gates. The castle's interior was even more oppressive than its exterior. Dust lay thick on every surface, and cobwebs draped from the ceiling like funeral shrouds. The few torches that still burned cast more shadows than light, making the hallways seem to twist and writhe like living things. Portraits lined the walls, generations of proud alphas staring down with eyes that had been scratched out, leaving dark holes that seemed to follow Jordan's progress. She walked deeper into the castle, following a path that felt less chosen and more inevitable. Left at the grand staircase. Right through a hallway lined with armor. Straight through a gallery where moonlight streamed through broken windows. Her feet seemed to know where to go even though her mind didn't understand why. Finally, she reached a set of massive wooden doors carved with scenes of wolves hunting beneath a full moon. They stood partially open, revealing a vast chamber beyond. The throne room, Jordan realized. This was where the Alpha King would hold court, where he would sit in judgment over his pack, where he would decide what to do with her. She pushed the doors open wider, and they groaned like dying things. The throne room was cavernous, easily large enough to hold 100 wolves. But it was empty, save for 3 things. A throne of black stone at the far end, a single torch burning beside it, and a figure seated in the shadows. Jordan's breath caught in her throat. She'd tried to prepare herself during the journey, tried to imagine what form the curse might have taken. But nothing could have readied her for the reality of Alpha King Eric Potts. He sat slumped on the throne like a broken puppet, and Jordan's first thought was that he was enormous, easily 7 feet tall, even seated, with shoulders so broad they seemed to fill the throne completely. But it was the way he was put together that made her stomach turn, as if whoever created him couldn't decide between man and beast, so they'd simply mashed both together and hoped for the best. His torso was human-shaped but covered in dark fur that caught the torchlight like oil on water. His arms were too long, ending in hands that were neither paws nor fingers, but something horrifically in between digits tipped with claws that curved like scythes. His legs bent wrong, jointed like a wolf's but supporting a frame that had no business standing on 4 or 2 feet. And his face. Jordan bit back a whimper. His face was the worst. A wolf's muzzle jutted from a skull that was still recognizably human in structure, creating an expression that couldn't quite manage either species. Lips pulled back from fangs too large for the mouth that held them. A nose that was part snout, part human feature, functional for neither. Eyes that glowed a deep crimson in the darkness, not the gold of a normal wolf. Not the varied colors of human sight, but something else entirely. Something that spoke of magic gone wrong, of a body trapped between forms with no way to settle into either. He was, quite simply, an abomination. And he was staring at her with an expression she couldn't read, something that might have been hunger, or hatred, or something far worse. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The silence stretched between them like a bridge made of spider silk, fragile and ready to break at the slightest breath. Then the creature that had once been Eric Potts rose from his throne. The movement was wrong, joints bending at angles that should have been impossible, limbs extending in ways that made Jordan's eyes hurt to follow. He moved like a puppet, controlled by a drunk puppeteer, all jerking motions and unnatural fluidity. When he stepped into the torchlight, his shadow stretched across the floor like a stain. So, his voice was even worse than his appearance. A sound that scraped through the air like claws on stone, simultaneously too deep and too high, caught between a growl and human speech. Ismail Matthews finally found something worthless enough to trade for my help. Jordan flinched at the words, but she forced herself to meet those crimson eyes. Alpha King Eric, she said, proud when her voice didn't shake. I am Jordan Fox, daughter of... I know who you are. He took another step closer, and Jordan caught his scent fur and blood and something acrid that made her eyes water. Wolfless, barren, broken in every way that matters to your kind. Your father sent me a very detailed letter explaining exactly how useless you are. His lips pulled back in what might have been a smile or a snarl. He thought a monster might appreciate damaged goods. The words hit like physical blows, each one finding the wounds Jordan had spent 7 years trying to pretend weren't there. She wanted to argue, to defend herself, to prove that she was more than the sum of her deficiencies. But what would be the point? Everything he'd said was true. Yes, she whispered instead. I am all those things. Eric stared at her for a long moment, his head tilting in emotion that was purely wolfish and deeply unsettling on his malformed skull. And you came anyway. Knowing what I am, knowing what everyone says happens to the girls sent here. I had nowhere else to go. You could have run. To what? The question escaped before Jordan could stop it. 7 years of bitterness and exhaustion pouring out in those 2 words. Back to a pack that treats me like I'm already dead? To a father who only remembers I exist when he needs something to trade? At least here. She stopped, swallowing hard. At least here. Someone wanted me, even if only to... She couldn't finish the sentence. To eat? Eric supplied, his voice dripping with dark amusement. To torture? To add to my collection of bones in the courtyard? He moved closer still, until he towered over her, his shadow swallowing her completely. Is that really preferable to running? You'd rather be consumed by a monster than spend one more day being invisible. Yes. The word hung between them, small and defiant, and absolutely true. Eric stared down at her, and for just a moment, something flickered across his ruined face. Something that might have been surprise, or recognition, or the faintest shadow of understanding. Then it was gone, replaced by that same unreadable expression. Fine. He turned away, moving back toward his throne with that horrible jerking gait. You'll stay in the West Tower. 3rd floor, last door on the left. Don't leave your room after dark. Don't explore the castle. Don't try to see me unless I summon you. And most importantly, he settled back onto the throne, crimson eyes glowing in the shadows. Don't expect me to be grateful for your presence. You're here because your father made a bargain, not because I have any use for you. I understand. Jordan picked up her bag, turning toward the door. One more thing. She stopped. Looking back, Eric leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, a sound that somehow carried perfectly across the vast chamber. Lock your door at night, no matter what you hear in the hallways, no matter who or what comes scratching at your threshold. Lock your door, and don't open it for anyone, not even if they sound like they're dying. Why? His eyes flashed brighter for just a moment. Because I might be. Then he waved a clawed hand in dismissal, and Jordan fled. The West Tower was exactly as decrepit as the rest of the castle. Jordan climbed the spiraling stairs in near darkness, feeling her way along walls that were damp with something she tried not to identify. Doors lined the 3rd floor hallway, most of them hanging open, revealing empty rooms stripped of everything except dust and memories. The last door on the left was closed. Jordan pushed it open and was surprised to find the room beyond relatively intact. A bed with faded blankets, a dresser with a cracked mirror, a window that looked out over the darkening forest, a fireplace filled with old ashes. Not comfortable exactly, but habitable. Someone had been here recently. There were fresh candles on the dresser and a pitcher of water that didn't smell stagnant. Jordan wondered who had prepared the room. Surely not Eric himself. Were there servants somewhere in this vast, empty castle? Silent staff who avoided the monster as much as he avoided the world? She set her bag down and moved to the window, watching as the last light drained from the sky. The forest below seemed to pulse with life shapes moving between trees, eyes reflecting starlight, the constant whisper of things that hunted in the dark. Behind her, the castle settled with groans and creaks that sounded too much like voices. Jordan thought about Mitzi's warning, about the guard's fear, about Eric's final words to her. Lock your door, and don't open it for anyone. She crossed to the door and examined the lock. It was old but functional, a heavy iron mechanism that looked like it could withstand significant force. Slowly, deliberately, Jordan turned the key until she heard the bolt slide home with a solid click. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and waited. For what? She wasn't sure. Death, maybe. Or worse. But hours passed, and nothing happened. The castle remained silent except for those constant settling sounds. No one came scratching at her door. No screams echoed through the hallways, just silence and darkness, and the slow realization that she'd survived her first night in the monster's castle. When Jordan finally lay down, still fully clothed, she found herself thinking about Eric's face when she'd answered his question. That flicker of something she couldn't name, as if her honesty had surprised him. As if maybe, just maybe, she'd said something he understood. You'd rather be consumed by a monster than spend one more day being invisible? Yes. And the terrifying thing was, she'd meant it. Because at least being consumed meant someone had seen her. Really, truly seen her, even if only long enough to decide she was worth devouring. It was more than her own pack had ever given her. Jordan closed her eyes and waited for sleep to claim her, wondering what fresh horrors tomorrow would bring, wondering if she'd even survive to see it, wondering why, despite everything, some small part of her was almost curious to find out. She woke to find a tray of food outside her door. The sun was barely up, painting the hallway in shades of gray and gold. Jordan opened her door cautiously, half expecting some trick or trap. But there was just the tray, simple, wooden, laden with bread and cheese and fruit that looked fresh, along with a pot of tea that still steamed gently. New note. New explanation. Jordan looked up and down the hallway but saw no one. Whoever had left the food had done so silently, then disappeared like a ghost. She brought the tray inside and ate mechanically, tasting nothing. Her mind kept drifting back to the throne room. To Eric's ruined form and bitter words. To the way he'd looked at her when she admitted she'd rather be consumed than invisible. What had he seen in that moment? What had made him let her stay, instead of killing her outright or sending her away? And why did it matter? Jordan finished eating, and spent the day exploring her immediate surroundings. Just the tower, staying within the boundaries Eric had set. She found a small bathroom down the hall with a tub that actually worked, though the water ran rust-brown for several minutes before clearing. She found a linen closet with sheets and blankets that smelled of lavender and age. She found windows that looked out in every direction, showing her the vast expanse of forest and mountain that comprised Eric's isolated kingdom. She found no other people. As the sun began to set, Jordan returned to her room and locked the door again. Another tray appeared sometime during the night dinner, she assumed, though she'd heard no footsteps, no indication anyone had approached. It was like living with ghosts. Days passed in this pattern, food appearing, the castle remaining silent, no summons from Eric, no contact with anyone, just Jordan and the creaking walls and the constant sense of being watched by things she couldn't see. On the fourth day, she broke. Not violently, not dramatically, just quietly, the way a dam might develop a crack small at first, barely noticeable, but growing steadily until everything comes rushing through. Jordan sat in her room and realized that nothing had changed. She'd traveled hundreds of miles, given herself to a monster, accepted what she thought would be her death, and yet here she was still alone, still invisible, still utterly, completely irrelevant to everyone around her. Even the monster couldn't be bothered to kill her. She was just that worthless. The thought should have made her cry, should have broken her completely. Instead, it made her angry. 7 years of swallowing her feelings, of making herself small, of accepting that she didn't matter, and for what? To end up locked in a tower, fed like a pet, ignored even by the creature who was supposed to be her doom? No. She was done being invisible. If Eric Potts wanted her gone, he'd have to tell her himself. And if he wanted to kill her, he'd have to look her in the eyes while doing it. Jordan unlocked her door, stepped into the hallway, and started walking. Chapter 2. Melodies of Blood and Memory. The castle at night was a different creature entirely. Jordan moved through hallways that seemed to shift and breathe around her, torches flickering to life as she passed and dying the moment she moved beyond their reach. Shadows pooled in corners like living things, watching her progress with what felt like malicious intent. The portraits she'd noticed on her arrival now seemed to track her movement, their scratched-out eyes somehow more present in their absence than they would have been intact. Every instinct screamed at her to turn back, to return to her tower and lock the door like Eric had commanded. But 7 years of obedience had gotten her nowhere except traded away like livestock. Maybe it was time to try defiance. She walked for what felt like hours, descending stairs and traversing corridors, searching for, what? Eric? Answers? Some sign that she existed beyond being a burden no one wanted? Jordan didn't know. She only knew that staying locked in that tower felt like dying slowly, and she'd rather die quickly if death was inevitable anyway. The castle seemed endless, a labyrinth of rooms that led to more rooms, hallways that doubled back on themselves, doors that opened onto walls. Jordan was thoroughly lost when she heard it. Singing. Faint at first, barely audible over the constant creaking of old stone. A melody that seemed to drift through the walls themselves, sourceless and haunting. A woman's voice, she thought, though it was hard to be certain. The song was in a language Jordan didn't recognize, ancient syllables that nevertheless resonated somewhere deep in her chest, as if her body remembered, even if her mind didn't. She followed the sound without thinking, drawn like a moth to flame. Down another staircase, through a gallery where moonlight painted everything silver, past a library whose shelves stretched toward infinity. The singing grew clearer, and Jordan realized with a start that she knew this melody, not consciously, not in any way she could explain, but somewhere in the depths of her memory, this song lived. She could almost feel the shape of it in her mouth, taste the words on her tongue even though she'd never heard them before. How was that possible? The melody led her to a door smaller than most, almost hidden in an alcove behind a tattered tapestry. Light seeped through the crack beneath it, warm and golden, and completely at odds with the cold darkness that pervaded the rest of the castle. Jordan pressed her ear against the wood. The singing was clearer now, though still muffled. One voice definitely female, definitely old. Words in that strange language flowing like water, rising and falling in patterns that felt both alien and intimately familiar. Jordan's hand moved to the door handle before she could second-guess herself. It opened silently, revealing a room that looked like it belonged in an entirely different castle. Warm firelight danced across walls, lined with shelves holding jars of herbs and dried flowers. A large table dominated the center, covered with bowls and mortars and pestles. Copper pots hung from ceiling hooks, and bundles of lavender and sage dangled from the rafters, filling the air with their scent. A kitchen, or an apothecary, or some combination of both. And standing at the table, grinding something in a stone mortar while she sang, was an old woman. She turned when Jordan entered, and her wrinkled face split into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Well, well," Mitzi Rios said, setting down her pestle. "The little lamb wanders from her pen." I wondered how long it would take before curiosity outweighed obedience. Jordan's breath caught. "You're the woman from the village. The cook. Former cook," Mitzi corrected. She wiped her hands on her apron stained with substances Jordan didn't want to identify, and studied Jordan with sharp eyes that seemed far too alert for someone her age. "Though I suppose I still am. In a manner of speaking. Someone has to keep the beast fed. And now someone has to feed you as well. You've been leaving the trays. Who else?" Mitzi moved to the fire, where a kettle hung over the flames. "The guards won't come near the castle proper after dark. The few servants who remain keep to their quarters in the outer buildings. It's just me rattling around in here with—" She gestured vaguely upward. "Him. But you said in the village. You told me to run. You warned me about the girls who never came back." "I did." Mitzi poured tea into 2 chipped cups, the liquid steaming and fragrant, "and I meant every word. But you came anyway, didn't you? Just like all the others. Drawn by desperation or duty, or some foolish hope that maybe this monster would be different from all the other monsters who've hurt you." She thrust 1 cup at Jordan. "Drink. You look half dead already." Jordan took the cup automatically, the warmth seeping into her cold hands. "What happened to them? The other girls?" Mitzi's expression darkened. She settled into a chair by the fire, suddenly looking every one of her considerable years. "Sit, child. If you've come seeking answers, you might as well hear the whole ugly truth." Jordan sat, perching on the edge of a stool, afraid that if she got too comfortable she might never find the courage to ask again. "Tell me." 6 girls, Mitzi began, staring into the fire. "In the 3 years since the curse fully took hold. All sent by desperate alphas seeking Eric's help. All young, beautiful, from good bloodlines. Everything your father's letters said you aren't." She glanced at Jordan. "No offense intended. None taken. It's true." Mitzi sipped her tea. "The first girl arrived 4 months after Eric locked himself away. Pretty thing, Tasha. Her name was Tasha Tucker. Blonde hair like sunshine, voice like bells, everything you'd expect in an Alpha King's bride. She lasted 3 days. Jordan's grip tightened on her cup. What happened? He couldn't stand her. Mitzi's voice was flat, matter of fact. She was terrified of him, you see. Flinched every time he moved. Screamed when he spoke. Recoiled from his touch like he was poison. On the 3rd night, she ran. Tried to escape through the forest. The old woman's expression grew grim. The wolves found her before she made it a mile. Not Eric's doing, he was locked in his chambers, breaking furniture and howling like his soul was being torn apart. But the forest wolves, they're different here. Changed by proximity to his curse. They brought back her dress, torn and bloody. Jordan felt sick. And the others? Variations on the same theme. Mitzi set down her cup. The second girl, Leah Gaines, couldn't bear to look at him. Spent her entire time here with her eyes fixed on the floor, trembling. After a week, Eric sent her away. Said he wouldn't force someone to live in constant terror. Last I heard, she'd taken vows at a temple, couldn't bear the touch of any man after seeing him. The third was different. Herminia Olsen, fierce thing, trained warrior. Thought she could fix him. spent every day trying to find a way to break the curse, pestering him with questions, treating him like a problem to be solved rather than a person. He tolerated it for 2 weeks before he snapped. Didn't hurt her, but… Mitzi's voice dropped. He said some things. Cruel things. True things about how his curse wasn't her adventure story, wasn't something she got to make herself feel heroic by solving. She left in tears. Jordan was afraid to ask, but she had to know. And the last 3? One fell in love with the idea of him, Mitzi said. The tragic cursed king, the monster who needed saving, Cecile Stevens. She wept over his suffering, wrote poetry about his pain, made his curse all about her feelings. He bore it for a week before he couldn't stand the pity anymore. Sent her away with enough gold to keep her comfortable for life, just to stop her looking at him like he was a wounded animal she could heal with enough tenderness. The 5th tried to seduce him. Misty Estes, trained courtesan, thought she could use her body to secure her position. Made the mistake of thinking the beast was just a man with an unusual appearance. That desire would override everything else. Eric. Mitzi's expression twisted. He didn't hurt her, but he made very clear that he's not capable of what she was offering. The curse took that from him too. She left humiliated. And the 6th? Mitzi was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was soft, almost sad. Jeannie Mayer. Sweet girl, gentle soul. She wasn't afraid of him, didn't pity him, didn't try to fix or seduce him. She simply couldn't bear the isolation. 3 weeks she lasted, longer than any of the others. But the silence got to her. The emptiness. Eric barely spoke to her, barely acknowledged her existence. She withered like a flower without sun. When she finally asked to leave, he let her go without a word. Jordan absorbed this, her tea growing cold in her hands. 6 girls. 6 failures. 6 different ways to be inadequate for a monster's bride. So what made you think I'd be any different? Jordan asked quietly. Why leave me food? Why not just let me starve in my tower? Mitzi's sharp eyes fixed on her. Because you're the first one who wasn't sent here to be saved or to save him. You were sent here to be disposed of. There's a difference. I don't understand. The others had value, Mitzi explained. They were bargaining chips, prizes, potential alliances made flesh. They came here with the weight of expectations their own, their packs, their families. They looked at Eric and saw a king, a curse, a tragedy, a challenge. They saw everything except what was actually in front of them. She leaned forward. But you? You have nothing to prove. No one waiting for you to succeed or fail. No expectations to meet. You look at him and see exactly what he is, another broken thing in a world full of them. That's dangerous. Dangerous how? Because that's the only kind of seeing that actually matters. Mitzi stood, moving back to her work table. Now, you should go back to your tower, before Eric realizes you've left it. What if I don't want to go back? Then you're a fool. But there was something approving in Mitzi's tone. Though no more a fool than I was, staying here all these years when I should have fled with my sanity intact. Jordan set down her cup and stood. Why did you stay? Mitzi's hands stilled over her mortar. For a moment she seemed to age another decade, her shoulders sagging under invisible weight. Because I remember what he was before. Because someone needs to remember. She turned, and Jordan saw tears tracking down the old woman's weathered cheeks. He was kind once. Did you know that? Before the curse, before the transformation, Eric Potts was the kindest man I ever knew. Fair, just, gentle with those weaker than himself. He didn't deserve what happened to him. What did happen? That's not my story to tell. Mitzi wiped her eyes roughly. But I'll say this, the curse didn't make him a monster. It trapped the man inside a monster's body, and that's so much worse. Every day he wakes up and has to live with what he's become. Every mirror shows him his own horror. Every reaction of fear or disgust from others drives the knife deeper. And the worst part? She fixed Jordan with a gaze that seemed to see straight through her. He's still in there. Still kind. Still gentle. Still suffering. Just buried so deep under pain and rage and loneliness that most days he can't find himself anymore. Jordan thought about the throne room. About Eric's bitter words and the flash of something in his crimson eyes when she'd admitted she'd rather be consumed than invisible. I know who you are. Wolfless, barren, broken in every way that matters to your kind. He'd said it like someone who understood. Like someone who knew exactly what it felt like to be defined entirely by what you lacked. The song you were singing, Jordan said suddenly. When I found you. What is it? Mitzi's expression shifted to surprise. You heard that? From the hallway? I followed it here. I think I know it. Somehow. The old woman's eyes widened. Impossible. That song is ancient, older than the kingdoms, passed down through the Nightshade bloodline for generations. Only those with Nightshade blood should be able to recognize it. But I did recognize it. Jordan stepped closer. I can't explain how, but when I heard you singing, something in me responded. Like my body knew the melody even though I'd never heard it before. Mitzi studied her for a long, calculating moment. Then she began to sing again, her voice cracking with age but still carrying the melody clearly. Charnel Mora, Kethra Nai Vornum Setha, Kethra Vi blood to blood, the bond unbroken soul to soul, the truth unspoken. And Jordan's mouth opened, and the next verse poured out in that same ancient language, words she shouldn't know flowing from her lips as naturally as breathing. Through the dark the path we wander, through the pain the price we ponder, two made whole from broken pieces, two made free when binding ceases. She stopped abruptly, shock stealing her voice. How did I don't even know what I just said. I don't speak that language. I don't. Your mother, Mitzi interrupted, her voice urgent now. Who was she? What was her bloodline? I don't know. My father never spoke of her. She died when Eloise and I were young. I barely remember her. But you remember something. It wasn't a question. Close your eyes. Think back. What do you remember? Jordan closed her eyes, reaching back through years of deliberately forgotten memories. Her mother was a shadow in her mind, a presence more felt than seen. But when she focused, when she really tried, one memory surfaced clear as crystal. A woman singing, soft and low, in a room lit only by firelight. Jordan was small, maybe 3 or 4 years old, curled against her mother's chest. The melody was the same one Mitzi had been singing, and her mother's voice, though Jordan couldn't remember her face, had carried it with the same aching familiarity that Jordan felt now. She sang this, Jordan whispered, opening her eyes. My mother. I'd forgotten, but she used to sing this song. Every night before sleep. Mitzi sank into her chair, looking suddenly ancient and frightened. Dear gods, you're not Matthew's blood at all, are you? Or not entirely. Your mother must have been. A howl tore through the castle so close that both women flinched. It was different from the one Jordan had heard on her first night. More anguished, more desperate, more present. You need to leave, Mitzi hissed. Now. He's realized you're not in your tower. But. Go. Jordan fled. She ran through hallways that seemed to twist differently now, pursued by the sound of that terrible howl. Behind her, she could hear something massive moving through the castle, the scrape of claws on stone, the crash of furniture being overturned, the shatter of glass. He was hunting her. Jordan's heart hammered against her ribs as she climbed stairs and rounded corners, completely lost, operating on pure panic. The sounds grew closer. A growl that vibrated through the walls. The heavy tread of something that moved wrong, joints bending at angles that defied nature. She burst through a door and found herself in a gallery she didn't recognize. Moonlight poured through tall windows, illuminating a room full of covered furniture and more of those defaced portraits. There was another door at the far end escape, but she'd have to cross the entire length of the room to reach it. Jordan ran. She was halfway across when a shadow detached itself from the darkness behind a shrouded statue. Eric stepped into the moonlight, and for the first time, Jordan saw him in his full, terrible glory. He was even larger than she'd thought, easily 8 feet tall when he stood at his full height. His body was a nightmare of mismatched parts, fur and skin and scales in places where neither should be. His hands, those horrible half-formed things, were extended toward her, claws catching the light like knives. And his face, that ruined amalgamation of man and wolf, was twisted in an expression that might have been rage or pain or both. Jordan skidded to a halt, trapped between Eric and the door she'd come through. I told you, he growled, his voice like gravel scraping against her bones. Not to leave your tower. I know. Jordan forced the words past her terror. I'm sorry. I couldn't. Couldn't what? He moved closer, and Jordan saw that his hands were shaking. Couldn't follow one simple rule. Couldn't resist exploring where you don't belong. Couldn't accept that maybe, I have reasons for the boundaries I set. I couldn't stay invisible anymore. The words burst from Jordan like a dam breaking. Do you have any idea what it's like? To be so thoroughly irrelevant that even a monster can't be bothered to acknowledge you exist. You locked me in a tower and forgot about me. Just like my pack forgot about me. Just like my father forgot about me the moment I failed to be useful. I'm here. I'm alive. I'm real. And no one, not even you, can see me. Eric stopped moving. His massive form went very still, crimson eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made Jordan's knees weak. You think I forgot about you? His voice was quieter now, but somehow more dangerous. You think I haven't been aware of every breath you've taken, every footstep, every moment since you arrived in this God's forsaken castle? Then why? Because looking at you hurts. The words exploded from him, raw and agonized. Because you stand there with your spine straight and your eyes clear, choosing to be here, and it makes me remember what it felt like to be human. Because every other woman who came to this place looked at me and saw a monster, but you, he laughed, a broken, bitter sound. You look at me like you understand, like we're the same. And that's worse than all the rest combined. Jordan stared at him, seeing past the horror of his form to the man trapped beneath, seeing herself reflected in those crimson eyes, broken, discarded, surviving despite everyone's expectation that they'd simply disappear. We are the same, she whispered. No. Eric turned away, his shoulders hunching. You're still human. You can still pass among your kind. You're not, his voice broke, you're not this. And that's when Jordan did the thing that should have been impossible. The thing that no other woman had managed in 3 years. She started humming. The melody rose unbidden from her chest, that ancient song that had haunted her memory, that her mother had sung before Jordan even understood what words were. She didn't know why she did it, didn't consciously choose to. The sound simply emerged, filling the moonlit gallery with a tune that felt older than the stones themselves. Eric froze. Slowly, impossibly slowly, he turned back to face her. His ruined features were arranged in an expression Jordan couldn't read. Shock, perhaps, or recognition, or something deeper than both. Where? His voice was barely a whisper. Where did you learn that? Jordan stopped humming, her hands clasped tight against her chest, to still their trembling. I don't know. My mother, I think. A long time ago. I'd forgotten it until tonight, until I heard Mitzi singing, and it just came back. Mitzi was singing the Nightshade Lullaby? Is that what it's called? Eric took a step toward her, and for the first time, there was no menace in the movement, just curiosity, need. Sing it again. I don't know the words, just the melody. That's enough. Another step. Please. And because she'd already done the impossible by surviving this long, by defying his orders, by somehow mattering enough to make him angry, Jordan sang. Not humming now, but actual singing, her voice carrying the ancient melody through the gallery. She still didn't know the words in any conscious sense, but her mouth shaped them anyway, vowels and consonants from a language dead for centuries flowing from her lips, as if she'd spoken them all her life. Charnel Mora, Kethra Naifornam Zeta, Kethra Vi. Eric's breath caught a sound almost like a sob. He closed his eyes, and for just a moment, Jordan could see past all the horror of his transformation to the man buried beneath. Could see the boy who'd once learned this song at his mother's knee. Could see the king who'd ruled with kindness before the curse stole everything that made him who he was. She sang the next verse, the one that had emerged from her own memory. Through the dark, the path we wander. Through the pain, the price we ponder. And Eric's ruined voice joined hers, hesitant at first, then stronger. Two made whole from broken pieces, two made free when binding ceases. Their voices twined together in the moonlight, creating something that was neither entirely his nor entirely hers but belonged to both of them equally. The melody filled the gallery, seeming to seep into the very stones of the castle, transforming the space from cold and dead to something almost alive. When the verse ended, silence fell between them, but it was a different kind of silence than before. Not empty, but full, heavy with meaning neither of them quite knew how to voice. "My mother sang that," Eric said finally, his voice rough with emotion. "Every night until I was 12. It's the last thing I remember of her before the fever took her. I haven't heard it in—" He stopped, unable to continue. "Mine too," Jordan whispered. "I thought I'd forgotten. But tonight, when Mitzi was singing it, something inside me recognized it, responded to it, like my blood knew even when my mind didn't." Eric's crimson eyes studied her with new intensity. "That's not possible. The Nightshade lullaby is passed down through my bloodline only. It's a binding song magic woven through melody. Only those with Nightshade blood can recognize it instinctively, can sing it without being taught the words." The implication hung between them, but I'm not. Jordan started, then stopped. Because how did she know? Her father had never spoken of her mother's bloodline, had barely acknowledged her mother existed at all after her death, had treated both daughters as tools to be used rather than people with heritage worth knowing. "What was your mother's name?" Eric asked. "I don't know. He never said. We just called her Mother, and after she died—" Jordan swallowed hard. "After she died, we weren't allowed to mention her. It upset Father. Made him angry. So we learned to forget. But you remember the song." "I remember the song," Jordan confirmed. Eric moved closer still, until he stood directly in front of her. Up close, his deformities were even more pronounced, the wrongness of his form, the horror of his curse made manifest in flesh and bone. But Jordan found she couldn't look away from his eyes. Behind all that crimson glow, behind the beast's gaze, she could see him, the man who'd been kind once, who'd been trapped inside this nightmare for gods knew how long, who'd just harmonized with her on a song that should have been impossible for her to know. "Why did you come to this castle?" Eric asked softly. "The truth, not what your father told you to say, not what you think I want to hear. Why did you really come?" Jordan met his gaze steadily. "Because I was invisible. Because even being consumed by a monster seemed preferable to spending one more day not mattering to anyone. Because at least here, I'd been sent for something. Even if that something was just to be another name on a list of disappeared girls." She took a shaking breath. "Because broken things recognize each other, and I thought maybe a monster would understand what it's like to be discarded by everyone who's supposed to love you." Eric stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, carefully, as if afraid she might shatter, he raised one of his malformed hands. Jordan didn't flinch, didn't look away, just stood there as his clawed fingers, gentle despite their horrific appearance, brushed a strand of hair back from her face. "You're not invisible," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Not to me. You've been burning like a star in this dead place since the moment you arrived. I've been terrified to look directly at you because I knew that if I did, I wouldn't be able to turn away again." Jordan's breath caught. "Why?" "Because you chose this." His hand dropped, but his eyes never left hers. "Every other woman who came here was sent, forced, coerced by duty or fear or desperation. But you walked through my gates knowing what I was, knowing what might happen, and you chose to stay. Not because you pitied me, or wanted to fix me, or saw some romantic tragedy in my curse, but because you understood what it meant to be broken, to be discarded, to be so thoroughly unwanted that even death seemed preferable to invisibility." "We are the same," Jordan said again. "Yes." The word was a confession, an admission, a surrender, and that terrifies me more than the curse ever has. They stood there in the moonlight, two broken things seeing each other clearly for the first time. Not monster and victim, not king and bargaining chip. Just two people who'd been shattered by the world and somehow found each other in the ruins. Finally, Eric stepped back. "Go back to your tower," he said, but there was no command in it now, just weariness. "Lock your door. Get some rest. Tomorrow." He hesitated. "Tomorrow, if you're willing, I'd like to hear you sing again. The whole song. Not just fragments. It's been so long since I've heard it complete. And if I'm not willing?" A ghost of a smile crossed his ruined features. "Then I suppose you'll defy me again. And we'll have another conversation about boundaries and visibility." Jordan found herself smiling back, small and tentative, but genuine. "I'll sing for you," she said. "On one condition." "What's that?" Stop leaving food outside my door like I'm a pet you're afraid to interact with. If I'm staying here, if we're doing this whatever this is, then we do it honestly. No more pretending I don't exist." Eric studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Agreed. Tomorrow night, there's a music room in the East Wing. I'll have Mitzi prepare it. We'll talk. And you'll sing. And maybe—" He trailed off, unable or unwilling to finish the thought. "Maybe we'll figure out why we both know a song that should be impossible for me to sing," Jordan supplied. "Maybe." She turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Eric?" "Yes. Thank you for seeing me." His expression softened just barely, just enough. "Thank you for not running." Jordan made her way back to her tower, the melody still humming in her chest. Behind her, she could hear Eric's heavy footsteps fading in the opposite direction, returning to whatever chamber he haunted when he wasn't patrolling his empty castle. When she reached her room and locked the door, habit now, safety measure, but also something like choice, Jordan found she was smiling. For the first time in 7 years, someone had seen her. Really, truly seen her. Not the wolfless failure, or the barren disappointment, or the worthless daughter. Just her. And somehow, impossibly, that someone was a monster. Or maybe, Jordan thought as she drifted toward sleep, with the ancient melody still echoing in her mind, maybe he wasn't a monster at all. Maybe he was just another broken thing learning to survive in a world that had no use for either of them. Maybe they both were. Chapter 3. Learning to be seen. Jordan woke to silence. Not the oppressive, empty silence of the previous days, but something different. Expectant. As if the castle itself was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. She dressed carefully, choosing the least worn of her limited wardrobe, a simple gray dress that had seen better days but was at least clean. Her hands trembled slightly as she braided her hair, nerves making her clumsy. Tonight, she would see Eric again. Tonight, they would speak without anger or fear between them. Tonight, she would sing the song that connected them in ways she didn't yet understand. The thought should have terrified her. Instead, it felt almost like hope. When she emerged from her room, Jordan found a tray waiting, but this time, there was a note written in surprisingly elegant script. "Breakfast. The music room is in the East Wing, 3rd floor. Come at sunset. E." Jordan smiled despite herself. No more anonymous food deliveries. No more pretending she didn't exist. Just a simple note acknowledging her presence, her choice, her reality. It was more than her own family had given her in years. She ate slowly, savoring not just the food but the acknowledgement it represented. Then, restless and unable to sit still, she decided to explore. Not defiance this time. Eric had only forbidden her from wandering at night. Daylight seemed fair territory. The castle revealed itself differently in sunshine. Dust motes danced in beams of light that streamed through tall windows, illuminating rooms that had seemed sinister in darkness but were merely sad in the day. Jordan found a library whose shelves stretched 3 stories high, filled with books in a dozen languages, a conservatory where plants had once grown but now held only dried husks and broken pottery, a ballroom with floors so pristine they still reflected her image, as if waiting for dancers who would never come. Everything spoke of a place that had once been vibrant, alive, full of people and purpose. And everything showed the slow decay of abandonment, the price of a king who'd been forced to hide from the world, and a world that had been content to let him disappear. Jordan found herself in what must have been Eric's study, a room lined with maps and ledgers, a massive desk covered in papers that looked like they hadn't been touched in months. Reports from the outer territories, she realized, scanning the documents, updates on pack activities, resource management, border disputes. All the business of ruling that Eric had apparently abandoned when the curse made it impossible for him to face his subjects. But someone had been reading them. Recent dates, notes in the margins in that same elegant script. Eric hadn't abandoned his responsibilities, he'd just learned to fulfill them from the shadows, ruling a kingdom he could no longer show his face to. The thought made Jordan's chest ache. To still care so deeply about duty, despite being denied everything that made that duty bearable. To continue serving people who would recoil in horror if they saw what he'd become. He reads them every morning. Mitzi's voice came from the doorway, making Jordan jump. The old woman entered carrying a basket of fresh herbs. The reports, every single one, makes notes, sends instructions through intermediaries. The pack doesn't know it's him anymore. They think he died and left orders for a regent to follow. But it's all Eric. Every decision, every judgment, every allocation of resources, he's still their king, even if they'll never see him again. That's... Jordan struggled for words. That's heartbreaking. That's nobility. Mitzi set her basket on a side table. The curse took his form, his comfort, his ability to walk freely among his people. But it couldn't take his character. That's all still there, buried under the horror. She studied Jordan with those sharp eyes. You sang with him last night. It wasn't a question, but Jordan nodded anyway. The Nightshade Lullaby. I don't understand how I know it, but when I heard you singing it, something inside me just recognized it. Your mother, Mitzi said. She must have been connected to the Nightshade bloodline somehow. A distant cousin, perhaps. Or maybe, she hesitated, maybe something closer than that. What do you mean? Mitzi moved to the window, gazing out at the forest. Eric's father, the old king, had a sister, Allison. She was beautiful, brilliant, beloved by everyone. But she fell in love with an alpha from a rival pack, your father, Ismail Matthews. The old king forbade the match, said it would weaken their bloodline, compromise their power. Allison defied him, and ran away to be with Ismail anyway. Jordan's heart began to pound. What happened to her? No one knows for certain. The official story is that she died in childbirth far from Nightshade territory. But there were rumors. Mitzi turned back to Jordan. Rumors that she survived. That she bore twins daughters, not the sons her new pack expected. Rumors that when one of those daughters failed to shift, when she proved to be wolfless and barren, Ismail Matthews erased all trace of his dead mate's heritage. Easier to pretend she'd never existed than to explain why his bloodline had produced such a failure. The room seemed to tilt. Jordan gripped the edge of the desk to steady herself. You think my mother was Allison, Eric's aunt? I think it's possible. Mitzi's voice was gentle. The Nightshade Lullaby is passed mother to daughter through direct bloodline only. If you can sing it, if you recognized it instinctively, then your mother must have been Nightshade. And Allison is the only Nightshade woman who disappeared into Matthew's territory in the right time frame. But that would make Eric and I. Jordan couldn't finish the sentence. Cousins, Mitzi supplied. Distant enough that there's no impropriety in a match between you. But close enough that the song lives in both your blood. Close enough that maybe, just maybe, the magic that binds your bloodlines together might be strong enough to affect his curse. Jordan sank into Eric's chair, mind reeling. All her life, she'd been told she had no heritage worth claiming. No lineage. No legacy. No connection to anything greater than herself. Just a wolfless failure born to a mother too unimportant to even name. But if Mitzi was right, why wouldn't he tell me? Jordan asked. Last night, when I sang the song, he must have realized. Perhaps he did. Perhaps he didn't. Mitzi shrugged. Eric has been alone for a long time, Jordan. Betrayed by his own body, abandoned by his pack, isolated from everything he once knew. Trust doesn't come easily anymore. And the idea that you might be blood, that you might be the daughter of the aunt he mourned. She shook her head. That's a lot to process when you're already trying to survive one day at a time. Should I tell him? Tonight? When I see him? Should I? That's for you to decide. Mitzi picked up her basket. But consider this, the Nightshade Lullaby isn't just a song. It's a binding spell, woven through generations of the bloodline. It was created to connect separated family members, to call blood to blood across any distance. The fact that you and Eric can sing it together. She paused at the door. Well, that might mean something important. Something that could change everything. Then she was gone, leaving Jordan alone with maps and ledgers, and the terrifying possibility that she wasn't as alone in the world as she'd always believed. Sunset came too quickly and not fast enough. Jordan found the music room exactly where Eric's note had indicated, a circular chamber in the East Wing's highest tower. Its walls lined with instruments in various states of disrepair. A harp with broken strings, a piano covered in dust, flutes and lyres and drums that had been silent for years. But someone had been here recently. Fresh candles burned in wall sconces, casting warm light across the space. The piano had been uncovered and cleaned, its keys gleaming, A pair of chairs had been arranged near the window, positioned so their occupants could look out at the darkening forest rather than directly at each other. Thoughtful. Strategic. A way to have conversation without the weight of constant eye contact. Jordan had just settled into one of the chairs when she heard him heavy footsteps on the stairs. That distinctive, uneven gait that spoke of a body that didn't quite know how to hold itself. Her pulse quickened, but she kept her eyes on the window, giving him the same courtesy he'd offered her. Eric entered without speaking. She heard him move to the other chair, heard the creak of wood as he settled his considerable weight. For a long moment, neither of them said anything, just sat in the growing darkness, watching as stars began to emerge in the sky above the trees. "Thank you for coming," Eric said finally. His voice was quieter than last night, less raw, almost gentle. "Thank you for inviting me." Jordan kept her gaze on the window. "This room is beautiful. It was my mother's favorite. She used to play the piano for hours, compositions of her own creation. After she died, my father couldn't bear to enter. The instruments fell into disrepair. I haven't." He paused. "I haven't been in here since before the curse. Wasn't sure I could tolerate the memories. And now? Now I think maybe the memories are less painful than the isolation." A soft sound that might have been a laugh. "Or perhaps you've simply made me reckless." Jordan smiled at the window. "I have that effect on monsters, apparently. Is that what I am to you? A monster?" She considered the question seriously. "You're a man trapped in a monster's body," she said finally. "Those are different things. Most people can't see the difference. Most people are afraid to look closely enough." Another pause. "Then, you're not afraid of me?" "No," Jordan agreed. "I'm afraid of a lot of things. Going back to my pack, being invisible again, spending the rest of my life mattering to no one. But you?" She finally turned to look at him. Really look at him, taking in the full horror of his form without flinching. "You don't frighten me, Eric Potts. You make me sad, but you don't frighten me." His crimson eyes met hers, and she saw something shift in their depths. Surprise, maybe. Or relief. "Why sad?" "Because I know what it's like to be trapped in a form that doesn't fit. Mine isn't as dramatic as yours. I still look human. Still pass for normal at a distance. But every day I wake up knowing I'm supposed to be something I'm not. Supposed to have a wolf I can't access. Supposed to be fertile when my womb is dead. Supposed to fit into a world that has no place for me." She held his gaze steadily. "You wear your prison on the outside. Mine is internal. But we're both trapped, aren't we? Both broken in ways that can't be fixed." Eric was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was rough with emotion. "6 women before you. All of them looked at me and saw either something to fear, something to pity, or something to fix. You're the first one who's looked at me and seen recognition." "Because I recognize the cage," Jordan said softly. "Even if mine has different bars than yours." He turned back to the window, and Jordan saw his malformed hands gripping the arms of his chair hard enough to leave marks in the wood. "The curse happened 3 years ago," he said. "A witch I'd refused to mate with. I'd turned her down as gently as I could. Told her I respected her but didn't love her. That I wouldn't trap someone in a loveless bond just to secure an alliance. She didn't take it well. She cursed you for being honest? She cursed me for rejecting her. For choosing integrity over convenience." A bitter laugh. "The irony is that she gave me exactly what I'd been trying to avoid, a trap with no escape. She said if I wouldn't choose love, then I'd become something incapable of it. That my body would reflect the monster everyone feared I might become. That I'd spend the rest of my life watching everyone I cared about recoil in horror, until I finally understood what it felt like to be rejected." Jordan's chest ached. "That's cruel." "It was effective." Eric's voice was flat now, emotionless. "Within a week, I couldn't show my face without causing panic. Within a month, I'd locked myself in this castle. Within 3 months, even my most loyal guards could barely stand to look at me. The pack started rumors, said I'd died, or gone mad, or made dark bargains for power. Easier for everyone if I just disappeared. But you didn't disappear. You're still here, still ruling, still caring about your people even when they've abandoned you. What choice do I have?" He finally looked at her again. This is who I am. Not this, he gestured to his ruined body, but this. The king who serves his pack, the man who keeps his word, the alpha who protects his territory. The curse took my form, but it can't take my character unless I let it. So I stay. I rule from the shadows. I survive one day at a time and try not to think about the fact that this is what the rest of my life looks like. Jordan reached out without thinking, placed her hand over his where it still gripped the chair arm. His claws could have shredded her flesh in an instant. His strength could have crushed her bones like twigs. But he went very still at her touch, staring down at their joined hands as if witnessing a miracle. You're not alone anymore, she said quietly. I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere unless you send me away. Why? The word was barely a whisper. Why would you choose this? You could leave. Go anywhere. Find some pack that would overlook your lack of a wolf. But instead, you're sitting here with a monster, offering comfort you have no reason to give. Because broken things recognize each other, Jordan said. Because you're the first person in 7 years who's seen me as something other than a failure. Because when you look at me, you don't see what's missing, you see what's there. She squeezed his hand gently. Because maybe we're both tired of being alone. Eric stared at their joined hands for a long moment. Then, slowly, carefully, he turned his hand over so their palms touched. His skin was rough, his claws dangerous, his form nightmarish, but his touch was gentle, reverent. As if she were something precious he was afraid to break. Tell me about her, he said. Your mother. What do you remember? Jordan closed her eyes, reaching back through years of forced forgetting. Warmth, she said finally. I remember feeling safe. She used to hold Eloise and me in her lap and sing that song, the lullaby. Her voice was soft, but it filled the whole room, made everything feel right. Like we were exactly where we were supposed to be. What else? She smelled like lavender, and her hair was dark, almost black. She had eyes like... Jordan opened her own eyes, looking at Eric with sudden clarity. Like yours. Before the curse, I mean. What color were your eyes? Blue, he said. Deep blue, almost violet in certain light. That's what I remember. Her eyes were that shade, unusual, distinctive. People commented on them. Jordan's breath caught, and she had a birthmark on her wrist. 3 small dots arranged in a triangle. I remember tracing them with my fingers while she sang. Eric went very still. Slowly, he pulled back his sleeve, revealing his forearm. There, on the inside of his wrist, partially obscured by fur but still visible, were 3 small dots arranged in a perfect triangle. The nightshade mark, he whispered. Passed down through the bloodline. My mother had it. My Aunt Allison had it. And if your mother had it too, then Mitzi was right. Jordan's voice shook. My mother was your aunt. We're family. They sat in stunned silence, the revelation hanging between them like a living thing. Cousins. Blood. Connected by lineage that both their families had tried to erase, his through death, hers through deliberate forgetting. She left because they wouldn't let her be with my father, Jordan said slowly, pieces clicking into place. Your grandfather forbade the match, so she ran. And when she bore daughters instead of sons, when one of those daughters proved to be defective, she laughed bitterly. My father erased her. Pretended she'd never existed. Easier than admitting his mate's prestigious bloodline had produced something as worthless as me. You're not worthless. Eric's voice was fierce. You're nightshade blood. You carry the heritage of one of the oldest, most powerful bloodlines in the territories. The fact that you don't have a wolf doesn't change that. Nothing changes that. Tell that to my pack. I'm telling it to you. He squeezed her hand. You are not worthless, Jordan Fox. You are not a failure. You are not broken beyond value. You are my cousin, my blood, my family. And I see you. All of you. Not what's missing, but what's there. Jordan felt tears burning behind her eyes. She'd spent 7 years believing she had no heritage, no lineage, no connection to anything greater than her own inadequacy. And now, in the span of a single conversation, she'd gained a family, gained a history, gained proof that she'd been erased not because she was worthless, but because acknowledging her would have been inconvenient. Will you sing for me? Eric asked gently. The whole song, if you know it? I want to hear our bloodline's melody carried in your voice. Jordan nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She closed her eyes and reached inward, finding the song waiting like it had always been there, like it had been sleeping in her blood for years, just waiting for the right moment to wake. And she sang, Charnel Mora, Kathranai Vornem Setha, Kathra Vi, blood to blood, the bond unbroken, soul to soul, the truth unspoken, through the dark, the path we wander, through the pain, the price we ponder, two made whole from broken pieces, two made free when binding ceases. Call across the years of sorrow, call across the lost tomorrow, find the blood that shares your knowing, find the bond forever growing. When the night seems endless, hollow, when the way seems hard to follow, remember those who walked before you, remember those who still adore you. Charnel Mora, Ketranai Fornem Zeta, Ketravai. Her voice faltered on the last line, the final verse hovering just out of reach. She could feel it, their words that wanted to be sung, a completion that remained just beyond her grasp. I don't know the ending, she whispered. I can feel it, but I can't quite reach it. That's because it's not meant to be sung alone. Eric's voice joined hers, picking up where she'd left off, his ruined vocal cords somehow carrying the melody with heartbreaking beauty. Blood to blood, we find each other, soul to soul. We call our brother, sister, cousin, kin, and kindred. By this song, forever rendered, one to one, and two together, bound by more than time or weather. Speak the words, and know the meaning. You are not alone. Their voices blended on the final phrase, creating a harmony that seemed to resonate not just in the room but through the very stones of the castle. You are home. The last note hung in the air, shimmering with something that felt almost like magic. Jordan opened her eyes to find Eric staring at her with wonder written across his ruined features. That's what it means, he breathed. The song. It's not just a lullaby or a binding spell. It's a promise. You are not alone. You are home. A reminder to the bloodline that wherever we go, whoever we become, we're still connected, still family, we're still home. Jordan echoed, the words settling into her chest like a key finding its lock. For the first time in 7 years, maybe for the first time in her entire life, Jordan felt the truth of it. Not invisible, not worthless, not alone, home. They sat together as darkness fell completely, still holding hands, the melody echoing between them like a bridge connecting past to present, broken to broken, isolation to belonging. Will you stay? Eric asked finally, not as a bargaining chip or an obligation, but as family. As someone who belongs here, not because they have nowhere else to go, but because this is where they choose to be. Jordan thought about her father's cold touch, her pack's willful blindness, 7 years of being erased one day at a time. Then she thought about Eric's gentle hand in hers, about a song that proved she came from somewhere, about a monster who'd looked at her and seen home. Yes, she said, I'll stay, even knowing what I am, what I've become. You're my family, Jordan said simply. What else matters? Eric's breath caught a sound that might have been a laugh, or a sob, or both. I don't remember the last time someone called me that. Family. Well, you'd better get used to it. Jordan squeezed his hand. Because I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me now, cousin. Cousin, he repeated, as if testing the word. Then, softer. Home, home, Jordan agreed. And for the first time in 3 years, the castle didn't feel quite so much like a tomb. It felt like something else. Something fragile and new and terrifyingly precious. It felt like the beginning of healing. They talked for hours after that, the conversation flowing easily now that the weight of isolation had been lifted. Eric told her about his childhood, about the Aunt Allison who'd been his favorite, fierce and loving and unafraid to defy convention. Jordan shared what little she remembered of her mother, watching Eric's eyes light up at each detail that confirmed what they both now knew was true. She taught you to read, didn't she? Eric asked at one point. Allison loved books more than anything except family. Used to spend hours in the library, devouring everything she could find. Yes, Jordan confirmed, a memory surfacing. Before she died, she'd started teaching me letters. My father stopped the lessons after she was gone, said education was wasted on daughters. But I snuck into the pack library and taught myself the rest. I couldn't explain why it mattered so much. But now you know it was in your blood. Eric smiled, still unsettling on his malformed features, but genuine. The Nightshades have always been scholars as well as warriors. Knowledge and strength together. Also, is that why you still read all the reports? Still make decisions for a pack that thinks you're dead? Partly. Also because, he hesitated. Because letting go would mean letting the curse win. If I stop being who I was, just because of what I've become, then what's left? The monster, and nothing else. I refuse to give her that satisfaction. The witch who cursed you? Suzanne. Suzanne Smith. The name was bitter on his tongue. She's still out there somewhere, probably delighted with her handiwork, probably waiting to see how long I can endure before I finally break completely. Jordan thought about that, about someone so consumed by rejection that they'd condemn another person to a lifetime of suffering, about cruelty that wore the mask of wounded pride. What would break the curse? She asked. There must be conditions. There always are with these things. Eric's expression darkened. True love's kiss, he said mockingly. The most cliché ending possible. Suzanne said only when someone could look at me without fear or pity, could accept what I've become completely, could love the monster as much as they might have loved the man, only then would the curse break. She knew it was impossible. Who could love this? He gestured to himself with disgust. Is that why you kept sending the other women away? You were testing them to see if they could break the curse? No. Eric's voice was firm. I sent them away because they were miserable. Because forcing someone to endure my presence when they're terrified or disgusted is its own kind of cruelty. I won't become that, curse or no curse. If the price of transformation is making someone else suffer, then I'll stay like this forever. Jordan studied him, the integrity that shone through even the most horrific form, the kindness that persisted despite every reason to become bitter and cruel. You really meant what you said, didn't you? About refusing to let the curse take your character? It's all I have left. He met her gaze. My body is gone. My face is gone. My ability to walk freely in the world is gone. But who I am, what I value, how I treat others, those are still mine to control, still mine to choose. If I let the curse take those too, then I really will become the monster Suzanne intended. You're not a monster, Jordan said fiercely. You're a good man trapped in an impossible situation, and you're surviving it with more grace than anyone should expect. You're the first person who's thought so in 3 years. Then everyone else is an idiot. Jordan stood, moving to the piano. She ran her fingers over the keys, dusty but still in tune, waiting to make music again. Will you teach me to play? Your mother's compositions, do you remember them? Eric stared at her like she'd suggested flying to the moon. You want to learn the piano? I want to learn everything, Jordan said honestly. 7 years I spent making myself small, trying to justify my existence through usefulness. Now I find out I'm part of a bloodline of scholars and warriors, that I come from people who valued knowledge and strength equally. I want to reclaim what was taken from me. I want to learn and grow, and become everything I was supposed to be before my father decided I wasn't worth the effort. Jordan. And I want you to teach me. She turned to face him. You said you'd let me stay, not as an obligation but as family. Well, family teaches each other. Family shares knowledge. Family helps each other become who they're meant to be. So teach me. Not because I'm useful or because I can do things for you, but because we're kin and that's what kin does. Eric rose slowly from his chair, moving to stand beside her at the piano. His hands hovered over the keys, clawed and wrong and capable of such destruction. But when he began to play, the music that emerged was beautiful, haunting. A melody that spoke of loss and longing and love that persisted despite every reason to die. This was her favorite, he said softly, his hands moving across the keys with surprising grace. My mother, she called it the Song of Becoming. She said it was about transformation, not the kind forced on you, but the kind you choose for yourself, growing into who you're meant to be, even when the world tries to tell you you're something else. Jordan listened, the melody weaving through her like the lullaby had done. Different music, but the same truth: you are not alone. You are home, you are more than what others see. Teach me, she said again. And he did. They spent the rest of the night at the piano. Eric's ruined hands guiding Jordan's through basic chords and simple melodies. She was clumsy at first, her fingers stumbling over keys they didn't know how to find. But Eric was patient, his voice low and encouraging, his teaching gentle. "Here," he'd say, repositioning her fingers. "Feel the space between notes. Each key is a choice, each chord a possibility. You sound like a philosopher." Jordan teased. "I sound like my mother. She used to say the same things." His voice held warmth now, memory softening the edges of grief. "She'd be happy, I think, knowing her music lives on, knowing Allison's daughter found her way here." "Do you think they're watching?" Jordan asked quietly. "Our mothers? Wherever they are?" Eric was quiet for a moment. "I'd like to think so. I'd like to think they somehow arranged this, you finding your way to me, both of us discovering we're not as alone as we thought. It's probably foolish, but sometimes the foolish things are the only ones worth believing in." "Yes," he agreed softly. "Exactly that." Dawn was breaking when they finally stopped, Jordan's fingers sore but her heart lighter than it had been in years. Eric walked her back to her tower, his presence no longer threatening but oddly comforting. A family member seeing her safely home. At her door he paused. Tonight, I mean. Will you come back? We could continue the lessons. And maybe," he hesitated, "maybe you could tell me more about Allison. About your mother. I have so few memories of her. And you might remember things I've forgotten." "I'd like that," Jordan said honestly. "And Eric?" "Yes. Thank you. For seeing me. For teaching me. For being family." His ruined features softened into something that might have been a smile. "Thank you for staying. For choosing this. For reminding me that I'm still capable of being someone worth knowing." "You were always worth knowing," Jordan said. "You just needed someone willing to look." She watched him disappear down the hallway, his heavy footsteps fading into silence. Then she entered her room and sat by the window, watching the sun rise over the forest. For the first time since her awakening failed 7 years ago, Jordan felt like she had a purpose beyond merely existing. Not because someone needed her to fulfill a duty or serve a function, but because she belonged somewhere, to someone, because she was home. Chapter 4. The Bond That Binds. The weeks that followed fell into a rhythm that felt almost like happiness. Days Jordan spent exploring the castle and its grounds, slowly reclaiming spaces that had been abandoned to dust and silence. She cleared out the conservatory, coaxing a few stubborn plants back to life with Mitzi's help. She organized the library, cataloging books in a dozen languages, and creating a system that made the vast collection navigable. She even ventured into the kitchens, learning to cook simple meals alongside the old woman who'd become something like a grandmother to her. But it was the nights Jordan lived for. Every evening as the sun set, she made her way to the music room where Eric would be waiting. They'd spend hours at the piano, his ruined hands guiding hers through increasingly complex compositions. Between lessons, they'd talk about his childhood, and what little she remembered of hers, about pack politics and ancient bloodlines, about books they'd read and places they'd never see. Sometimes they'd sing together, the nightshade lullaby becoming their evening ritual. Each time they harmonized, Jordan felt something shift inside her, a loosening of old wounds, a quiet healing of scars she'd carried so long she'd forgotten they were there. Eric changed too, slowly but unmistakably. The bitter edge in his voice softened. His movements became less defensive, less like a creature expecting attack at any moment. He laughed, sometimes a rusty, unused sound that grew stronger each time Jordan coaxed it from him. "You're different," Mitzi observed one afternoon, watching Jordan work in the conservatory. "Lighter somehow, like you finally found a place to put down weight you've been carrying too long." "I feel different," Jordan admitted, gently pruning dead leaves from a struggling rosebush. "For the first time in my life, I'm not trying to justify my existence. I'm just existing. And it's enough." "Eric's different too." Mitzi's sharp eyes studied her. "He smiles now. Did you know that? Small ones, brief ones, but they're there. I haven't seen him smile in 3 years. He's teaching me to play his mother's compositions. Last night, I finally made it through the Song of Becoming without a single mistake. The look on his face." Jordan paused, remembering. Like I'd given him something precious back. "You have," Mitzi said quietly. "You've given him hope." connection. A reason to be something other than the monster everyone expects. That's dangerous, you know. Jordan's hands stilled. Dangerous how? Because hope is the heaviest thing a person can carry. And when you've been without it as long as Eric has, when you finally get a taste of it again. Mitzi shook her head. Just be careful, child. The higher you climb, the further you have to fall. And Eric has already fallen so far. I'm not sure he'd survive another drop. The words stayed with Jordan for the rest of the day, casting a shadow over her usual anticipation. When she entered the music room that evening, she found Eric standing at the window instead of seated at the piano. His posture was tense, shoulders hunched, hands gripping the windowsill hard enough to leave claw marks in the wood. "Eric?" Jordan approached cautiously. "What's wrong?" He didn't turn around. "A messenger came today. From your father." Jordan's stomach dropped. "What did he want?" "To know if I've accepted his offer." Eric's voice was bitter. "If I've decided whether you're worth the alliance he's proposing. He's getting impatient, the conflict with the Blood Moon Pack is escalating, and he needs my military support, soon." "What did you tell him?" "Nothing yet." Eric finally turned to face her, and Jordan saw exhaustion written in every line of his ruined features. "But I have to respond eventually. And when I do, I have to decide what you are to me. A political bargaining chip? A ward under my protection?" He stopped, unable to finish. "A what?" "A bride." The word hung between them, heavy with implications. "That's what he sent you here for, Jordan. To mate with me, to bind our packs together through marriage. Everything else, the family connection, the songs, the piano lessons. None of that changes what you were sent here to be." Jordan felt like she'd been struck. In the warmth of their growing friendship, she'd almost forgotten the original purpose of her presence. Had let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, she'd been valued for herself rather than for what function she could serve. But of course not. She was still just a transaction. Still just leverage. Still worthless, except as a tool to secure alliances. "I see," she said quietly, moving to stand beside him at the window. "And what have you decided?" "I don't know." Eric's voice cracked. "If I say no, if I refuse the arrangement, your father will recall you. You'll have to go back to being invisible, being worthless, being everything you came here to escape. But if I say yes..." He turned to her, crimson eyes filled with anguish. "If I say yes, then I'm doing exactly what your father did. Using you as a bargaining chip. Trapping you in an arrangement you never chose. Making you pay the price for my needs instead of your own. You're not like my father," Jordan said firmly. "Aren't I? He traded you for military support. If I accept, I'm doing the same thing, just with prettier words and kinder intentions." "No." Jordan reached for his hand, no longer frightened by the claws or the wrongness of his form. "My father traded me because I was worthless to him, because disposing of me was easier than acknowledging my existence. If you accept, it would be because..." She stopped, suddenly uncertain. "Why would you accept? If you did?" Eric stared down at their joined hands. "Because the thought of you leaving, of going back to that pack, of returning to being invisible, it makes me want to tear this castle apart stone by stone. Because these past weeks with you have been the first time in 3 years I've felt like something other than a monster. Because you've become..." He swallowed hard. "You've become important to me. Family, yes. But also what? Also the person who makes me remember what it felt like to be human." His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "The person who looks at me and sees past the horror to who I still am underneath. The person whose presence makes this tomb feel almost like a home again." Jordan's heart hammered against her ribs. "Eric, but I won't trap you." He pulled his hand away gently. "I won't become another chain around your neck. You deserve to choose, really choose. Not just pick the least terrible option. So I'm asking you directly, without your father's demands or my needs clouding the question, do you want to stay here, not as a bride, not as an alliance, just as you, as Jordan, as family, as friend, as whatever you want to be? Do you want this life?" Jordan looked out at the darkening forest, considering the question seriously. What did she want? She thought about her pack, the whispers, the averted eyes, 7 years of systematic erasure. She thought about her father's cold touch and colder dismissal. She thought about Eloise's pitying glances, and the constant weight of being measured against impossible standards and found wanting. Then she thought about the past weeks' music and laughter, conversations that lasted until dawn, the gentle pressure of Eric's hand guiding hers across piano keys, the way Mitzi hummed while cooking, the satisfaction of coaxing dead plants back to life, the profound relief of existing without having to constantly justify that existence. She thought about singing the Nightshade lullaby with Eric, their voices weaving together in harmony that spoke of belonging and heritage and home. Yes, she said finally. I want to stay. Not because I have nowhere else to go, though that's still true. And not because you need me for an alliance, though I understand that's part of the reality. But because for the first time in my life, I feel like I matter. Like I'm more than just the sum of my deficiencies. Like I'm becoming who I was always supposed to be before the world convinced me I was broken. You were never broken, Eric said fiercely. Jordan, let me finish. She turned to face him fully. I want to stay because you've given me something no one else ever has. You've given me permission to exist without apologizing for it. You've taught me things. Shared your mother's music. Welcomed me as family. You've made me feel seen in a way I didn't know was possible. So yes, I want to stay. But, she hesitated. I need to know what that means. Am I staying as your cousin? Your ward? My mate? Eric's voice was rough. If you're willing. Not because your father demands it or because I need the alliance, though both those things are true. But because He stopped, struggling for words. Because I care about you. Because you've become essential to my continued existence in ways I don't fully understand. Because the curse took everything from me except my character, and you're the only person who's looked past the horror to see that character is still there. The curse, Jordan said slowly. True love's kiss, you said. That's the only thing that can break it. Yes, but do you love me? The question escaped before Jordan could second guess it. Not as family or as friend, but as more than that? Eric went very still. For a long moment, he said nothing. Just stared at her with those crimson eyes that held so much pain and longing, and carefully controlled hope. I don't know, he said finally, and Jordan felt her heart crack. I don't know what love feels like anymore, Jordan. The curse, the isolation, 3 years of having every soft feeling beaten out of me by fear and rejection. I'm not sure I'm capable of love in the way the spell requires. I know I care about you. I know your presence makes me want to be better than the monster I've become. I know the thought of losing you is unbearable. But is that love? Or is it just desperate gratitude for the first person in years who hasn't run screaming? The honesty of it, the raw vulnerability, made Jordan want to weep. I don't know either, she admitted. I've never been loved, Eric. Not really. My father saw me as a tool. My pack saw me as a failure. I don't have a reference point for what love looks like when it's real and healthy and genuine. All I know is that being with you feels right in a way nothing else ever has. That when we sing together, something inside me settles into place. That I'd rather spend every night at that piano with you than return to a pack that would welcome me. But is that love? Eric asked. Or is it just two broken people clinging to each other because we're both drowning? Maybe it's both. Jordan reached for his hand again. Maybe love, real love, starts exactly there, two people choosing each other not despite their brokenness but including it. Not because either of us is whole, but because together we're less fractured than apart. That's not the kind of love that breaks curses. Eric's voice was heavy with resignation. True love is supposed to be pure and selfless and transcendent. What we have is complicated, messy, built on shared trauma and mutual recognition of pain. That's not a fairy tale. That's just survival. Maybe survival is enough, Jordan said softly. Maybe choosing each other every day, teaching and learning and growing together, maybe that's more real than any fairy tale. Maybe we don't need to break the curse to have something worth keeping. Eric stared at her, and Jordan saw something shift in his expression. Hope warring with fear. Desire battling with doubt. You'd stay? He asked. Even knowing the curse might never break? Even knowing I might spend the rest of my life trapped in this form? You'd bind yourself to a monster who can't even promise you a chance at normalcy. You're not a monster. Jordan said, for what felt like the 100th time. You're Eric. You're my family. You're the person who taught me to play piano, and reminded me I'm more than my failures. That's who I'd be binding myself to, not the curse, but the man inside it. Jordan. His voice broke on her name. But I need to know you want this too. Not just because it secures an alliance or prevents me from returning to my pack. I need to know that you see me the way I see you. That I'm not just another woman you're tolerating out of necessity. See you? Eric laughed, a sound caught between humor and hysteria. Jordan, you're all I see. You've haunted every corner of this castle since the moment you arrived. The music room feels empty when you're not there. The library looks wrong without you cataloging books. Even my damn study feels too quiet without you moving through it. You've brought life back to a place that was dying, and you've done it simply by existing here. By choosing to stay when every instinct should have told you to run. He cupped her face with one ruined hand, gentle despite the claws. I don't know if what I feel is love in the way curses demand, but I know I'd rather spend my existence trapped in this form with you beside me than spend another day as a monster alone. I know your voice singing our family's lullaby is the only thing that makes the nights bearable. I know that when you smile at me, really smile, not the careful, polite expressions most people wear. Something inside this cursed body remembers what it felt like to be whole. Jordan leaned into his touch, no longer seeing the deformities, just Eric, just the man who'd welcomed her as family, who'd taught her music, who'd given her permission to exist without apology. Then let's do this, she said. Not because we have to, but because we choose to. Let's make the arrangement official, become mates. Bind our packs. Secure the alliance. And if the curse breaks, wonderful. But if it doesn't, she covered his hand with hers. If it doesn't, we'll still have each other. We'll still have music and conversations and the knowledge that we chose this. That counts for something. It counts for everything, Eric whispered. But Jordan, you need to understand what you're agreeing to. A mating bond is permanent, unbreakable. If you bind yourself to me and then regret it, if you wake up one day and realize you've trapped yourself with a monster, then I'll still be exactly where I chose to be. Jordan's voice was firm. Stop trying to protect me from my own decisions, Eric. I'm not a child. I'm not fragile. I'm a woman who spent 7 years being told she's not enough. And I'm finally in a place where I feel like I might be. Don't take that away from me, by assuming you know better than I do what I can handle. Eric stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began to laugh, really laugh, the sound rusty but genuine. You're right, he said. You're absolutely right. I'm being condescending and protective when what you need is someone who trusts you to know your own mind. Exactly. So let me ask properly then. Not as a king securing an alliance or a cousin protecting family, but as Eric asking Jordan. He took both her hands in his, claws carefully retracted so only the gentlest pressure remained. Will you be my mate? Will you bind yourself to me, knowing all the complications and difficulties that entails? Will you choose this life, this castle, this existence not despite what I've become but including it? Jordan felt tears burning behind her eyes, but for the first time in years, they were happy tears. Tears of relief and recognition and the profound comfort of being chosen. Yes, she said, I will. Eric pulled her into his arms carefully, always so careful not to hurt her with his inhuman strength. Jordan wrapped her arms around him, feeling his chest rise and fall with breath that was too rapid, too shallow, too caught between human and beast. Thank you, he whispered into her hair. For seeing me, for staying, for choosing this. Thank you for giving me a reason to, Jordan replied. They stood like that for a long time, holding each other as darkness fell completely outside. Two broken things clinging together, building something that might not be a fairy tale but was real and hard-won and theirs. Eventually, Eric pulled back enough to look at her. We'll need to have a ceremony, he said. Nothing elaborate, I can't exactly invite pack members when most of them think I'm dead. But something official enough to make the bond legitimate in the eyes of tradition. Will you write to my father? Tomorrow. Eric's expression darkened. I'll inform him that I accept his proposal that you and I will mate. And in exchange, I'll provide military support for his conflict with the Blood Moon Pack. The alliance he wanted. He'll be relieved, Jordan said bitterly. He probably expected you to reject me like everyone else has. Then he's a fool. Eric's voice was fierce. You're the best thing that's happened to this cursed castle in 3 years. The best thing that's happened to me in longer than that. If he can't see your worth, that's his blindness, not your failure. Jordan leaned her forehead against his chest, listening to the dual rhythm of his heartbeat, human and beast both, just like the rest of him, complicated, contradictory, but undeniably alive. Will it hurt? She asked quietly. The mating bond? I don't know. Eric's hand stroked her hair gently. With normal wolves, it's supposed to be euphoric, a merging of souls, a completion of each other. But I'm not exactly normal anymore. The curse might affect how the bond forms. It might be painful, or strange, or nothing like what's expected. As long as we're together, I can handle strange. I hope so. His arms tightened around her. Because strange is all I have to offer now. Strange is perfect, Jordan said. And meant it. 3 days later, they stood in the castle's old chapel with Mitzi as their only witness. The space was beautiful despite its decay, stained glass windows casting colored light across stone floors. Ancient symbols carved into the walls speaking of bonds that transcended time and circumstance. It smelled of dust and old incense. And something about the stillness felt sacred. Eric had cleaned himself as best he could. His fur brushed smooth, his claws carefully filed down. He wore simple clothing that accommodated his malformed body trousers, and a tunic that had been specially tailored by Mitzi. He looked terrifying and dignified in equal measure. Jordan wore a dress that had belonged to Eric's mother, silver fabric, that caught the light like moonlight on water, simple but elegant. Mitzi had found it in storage, preserved through decades of careful maintenance. It fit Jordan almost perfectly, as if it had been waiting for her. Are you ready? Mitzi asked, her sharp eyes moving between them. Jordan looked at Eric, really looked at him, taking in the full reality of what she was about to do. Binding herself permanently to a man trapped in a monster's body, accepting a life of isolation in a crumbling castle, tying her fate to someone who might never be free of his curse. And she felt no fear, no doubt, just certainty that this was right. I'm ready, she said. Eric's crimson eyes met hers, and she saw the same certainty reflected back. As am I. Mitzi nodded, opening an ancient book that contained the traditional mating ceremony. Her voice, usually sharp and practical, softened into something almost musical as she began to read. We gather to witness a bond forged not by convenience or duty, but by choice. To acknowledge that 2 souls have found each other across distance and circumstance, and have decided to walk forward together rather than apart. The words washed over Jordan, familiar and strange at once. Traditional pact ceremonies she'd seen a few before her exile into invisibility. But those had been grand affairs with hundreds of witnesses. This was intimate, personal. Just 3 people in a chapel that had forgotten what celebration felt like. Eric Potts, Alpha King of Nightshade. Mitzi continued. Do you take this woman as your mate? Do you promise to honor her, protect her, and stand beside her through whatever trials may come? I do. Eric's voice was steady, despite the emotion Jordan could see, trembling just beneath the surface. I take Jordan Fox as my mate, my family, my equal. I promise to see her, honor her, and never let her become invisible again. I promise to teach her everything I know, and learn from everything she teaches me. I promise to make this castle a home rather than a tomb, and to remember that I'm more than just the curse that binds me. The vows were non-traditional, personal rather than formal. But they were perfect. Mitzi turned to Jordan. And you, Jordan Fox, daughter of Allison Nightshade and Ismail Matthews, do you take this man as your mate? Do you promise to stand with him, support him, and face whatever darkness may come together rather than alone? Jordan looked at Eric and saw not just the monster everyone else saw, but the man who'd taught her music, who'd welcomed her as family, who'd given her a reason to believe she might be worth something after all. I do, she said clearly. I take Eric Potts as my mate, my family, my home. I promise to see him always. Truly, completely. I promise to remind him of who he is when the curse tries to make him forget. I promise to build a life here that's worth living, and to sing our family's song until my voice gives out and beyond. Mitzi's eyes were wet, though her voice remained steady. Then by the authority vested in me by tradition and blood, I declare you mated. Bound soul to soul, heart to heart, through this life and whatever comes after, you may seal the bond. This was the moment, the kiss that would make the bond permanent and unbreakable. Eric hesitated, his ruined face twisted with uncertainty. Jordan, you don't have to. I choose this. Jordan interrupted gently. Stop protecting me from my own decisions. She reached up, cupping his malformed face between her hands. Eric closed his eyes, and for just a moment, Jordan imagined she could see past the curse to the man underneath. Blue eyes instead of crimson. Human features instead of this nightmare amalgamation. The kind face of the king who'd ruled with justice and compassion before everything was stolen from him. Then she stopped imagining, and simply saw what was in front of her. Eric, her cousin, her family, her mate. Exactly as he was. Jordan rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his. The kiss was awkward, his muzzle made the angle wrong, and his fangs forced her to be careful. But none of that mattered. What mattered was the intention, the choice, the conscious decision to bind herself to him completely. The bond snapped into place like a key turning in a lock. Jordan gasped as sensation flooded through her, not pain, but overwhelming presence. Eric's consciousness brushing against hers, his emotions bleeding into her awareness. Fear and hope and desperate love all tangled together. Loneliness so profound it felt like drowning. And underneath everything, a fierce determination to be worthy of the choice she'd just made. She felt him feeling her too, her own tangle of emotions laid bare. Years of invisibility and rejection. The constant ache of not belonging, but also newfound hope, careful joy, the fragile belief that maybe finally she'd found where she was supposed to be. The bond settled between them, warm and solid and permanent. A connection that would last until one of them died. And maybe beyond. When Jordan opened her eyes, she found Eric staring at her with wonder written across his features. I can feel you, he whispered, inside my head. Your thoughts, your emotions. I can feel you too. Jordan's voice shook. Your pain, your strength, everything you've been carrying alone for so long. You'll never have to carry anything alone again, Eric said fiercely, pulling her close. We're bonded now. Whatever comes, we face together. Together, Jordan agreed. Mitzi cleared her throat, though tears were streaming freely down her weathered face. Congratulations. You're officially the strangest, most complicated mated pair I've ever witnessed. She smiled. Also the most right, somehow. Jordan laughed, the sound bubbling up from a place deep inside that had been silent for years. Eric's arms tightened around her, and through the bond, she felt his joy matching hers, rusty and tentative, but real. They were bound now. Permanently. Completely. And the curse hadn't broken. Jordan had known it wouldn't. True love required certainty and purity, and transcendent devotion. What they had was messier than that. Built on shared trauma and recognition of each other's brokenness. Not a fairy tale love, but something harder won, and potentially stronger because of it. The curse remained, but somehow, it mattered less now, because Eric wasn't alone anymore. And neither was she. They had each other. They had their bond. They had music and conversation, and the slow work of turning a tomb into a home. Maybe that was enough. Maybe it was more than enough. Maybe it was everything. Chapter 5. A father's final bargain. The first month of their mating was the happiest Jordan had ever known. The bond between them grew stronger each day, deepening from that initial overwhelming connection into something more nuanced and comfortable. She learned to feel Eric's presence at the edges of her consciousness. A steady warmth that told her she wasn't alone even when they were in different parts of the castle. And he learned to sense her moods, appearing with tea when she was frustrated with a particularly difficult piano piece, or giving her space when she needed solitude to think. They established new rituals beyond their nightly music sessions. Morning walks through the forest surrounding the castle, Eric pointing out plants and animals while Jordan cataloged everything in a journal she'd started keeping. Afternoon hours in the library, reading to each other from ancient texts about bloodline magic and pack history. Evening meals shared with Mitzi, the three of them forming an odd little family in the castle's vast emptiness. And at night, they'd return to the music room where it had all begun, singing the nightshade lullaby together until their voices blended into perfect harmony. Jordan's piano skills improved dramatically. She could now play most of Eric's mother's compositions without error, her fingers finding the keys with growing confidence. Sometimes Eric would shift into his wolf form, still wrong, still too large and misshapen, but less frightening to Jordan now, and he'd rest his massive head in her lap while she played, the vibrations of the music seeming to soothe something deep within him. "You're getting better," he'd say, his voice distorted but still recognizable in beast form. "Mother would have been proud." "I have a good teacher," Jordan would reply, running her fingers through his fur coarse and patchy in places where the curse had affected even that. Through it all, the bond hummed between them. Not love, not yet, not the transcendent kind that broke curses, but something real and growing. Partnership, companionship, the slow building of trust between two people who'd been betrayed too many times to give their hearts easily. It was almost perfect. Then the letter arrived from Ismail. Jordan was in the conservatory when Mitzi found her, the old woman's face pale and drawn in a way that immediately set off alarms. "Your father's messenger is here," Mitzi said without preamble. "Eric's meeting with him now in the throne room. He wanted me to tell you, said you should join them." Jordan's stomach dropped. "Why? The alliance was agreed upon. The mating bond is established. What more could he want?" "I don't know, child. But Eric's emotions through that bond of yours. Can you not feel them?" Jordan reached inward, following the thread of connection that linked her to her mate. And yes, there it was, a roiling storm of anger and betrayal and something that felt horribly like devastation. She ran. The throne room doors stood open, and Jordan burst through them to find Eric standing rigidly before his throne, his massive form vibrating with barely controlled rage. A messenger, one of her father's senior wolves, Byron Seymour, stood at the far end of the chamber, his expression carefully neutral but his posture radiating discomfort. "Jordan." Eric's voice was tight. "Byron was just explaining the full terms of our arrangement. Terms your father apparently didn't feel were important to mention before." "What terms?" Jordan looked between them, dread pooling in her stomach. Byron cleared his throat. "Alpha Ismail wishes to make clear that while he appreciates Alpha King Eric's willingness to provide military support, the arrangement extends beyond simple alliance. There are additional expectations, such as..." Jordan's voice came out harder than intended. "Such as heirs," Byron said, and Jordan felt the floor tilt beneath her feet. "The alliance is contingent not just on your mating, but on your ability to produce offspring that will strengthen the blood ties between our packs. Alpha Ismail expects at least 2 children within the next 5 years, with preference given to sons who can be groomed as future alphas." The words hit Jordan like physical blows. Heirs. Children. The one thing she absolutely, definitively, could not provide. "I'm barren," she said flatly. "My father knows this. Elder Ruth confirmed it 7 years ago when my wolf failed to manifest. I can't bear children." "Alpha Ismail believes that assessment may have been premature," Byron said, his discomfort growing. "He suggests that your mating with Alpha King Eric, whose bloodline is ancient and powerful, may overcome whatever deficiency prevented conception before. He expects you to make every effort to fulfill this obligation." "Every effort?" Eric's voice was deadly quiet. "What exactly does that mean?" Byron shifted uncomfortably. "It means that if Lady Jordan proves unable to conceive within the first year, Alpha Ismail reserves the right to supplement the arrangement." "Supplement." Eric took a step forward, and Byron automatically stepped back. "Explain." "Now, he would send another woman. Your sister specifically," Byron said, looking at Jordan with something like pity. "Lady Eloise Fitzgerald. She's of prime breeding age, has already had her first shift, and has been trained specifically for the role of Alpha's mate. If Jordan cannot provide heirs, Eloise would serve as a secondary mate, to ensure the alliance produces the necessary bloodline strengthening." Jordan felt like she'd been gutted. "He wants to send my sister to replace me." "Not replace," Byron said hastily. "Supplement. You would remain as primary mate, but I'd be worthless except as decoration." Jordan finished bitterly. "Exactly what I've always been to him. A placeholder until someone more useful comes along." Through the bond, she felt Eric's rage building to dangerous levels. His hands, those terrible clawed things, flexed at his sides, and his eyes glowed brighter crimson than Jordan had ever seen them. "Get out," Eric growled. "Alpha King Eric. I'm merely the messenger. Get out." Byron fled, the throne room doors slamming behind him with enough force to crack the ancient wood. Silence fell, broken only by Eric's ragged breathing. Jordan stood frozen, her mind trying to process the implications of what they'd just learned. Her father had never intended to honor her as anything more than a tool, had never seen her mating as legitimate, had been planning from the beginning to replace her with Eloise the moment her inadequacy became undeniable. And that moment had just arrived. Because no matter how strong their bond, no matter how deep their connection, Jordan could never give Eric the one thing her father demanded as payment for his alliance. Children. Jordan. Eric's voice was rough. "Look at me." She couldn't bear to see the realization in his eyes that he'd bound himself permanently to a mate who couldn't even fulfill the most basic expectation of a union between alphas. "Jordan, please." Finally, she raised her eyes to meet his. And what she saw there wasn't disgust or disappointment. It was fury. Pure, incandescent rage directed not at her, but at the situation. At her father, at the world that kept trying to define her worth by what she couldn't do. "This isn't your fault," he said fiercely. "Isn't it?" Jordan laughed, the sound hollow. "You needed an alliance. My father offered one, with me as the payment. But the payment's defective. Can't produce heirs. Can't strengthen bloodlines. Can't even fulfill the most basic biological function expected of a mate. So of course he has a backup plan. Of course he's already prepared to replace me with someone who can actually do what's required." "You are not defective," Eric snarled. "And you are not being replaced. But I can't give you children." The words came out broken. "And if you need this alliance, if your pack needs the military support mine can provide, then you'll have no choice but to accept Eloise when my father sends her. To take a secondary mate who can do what I can't. I would rather watch my pack burn than betray you like that." "Eric." "No." He closed the distance between them, cupping her face with his ruined hands. "Listen to me. I didn't mate with you to secure an alliance or produce heirs. I mated with you because you saw me when everyone else saw only a monster. Because you chose to stay when you had every reason to run. Because your presence makes this cursed existence bearable. Children, heirs. None of that matters compared to that. But the alliance can be negotiated differently. Or not at all." His thumbs brushed away. Tears Jordan hadn't realized were falling. "Your father lied by omission. He made demands he knew you couldn't meet, then planned to humiliate you by replacing you the moment you failed. That's not an alliance built on good faith. That's manipulation. And I won't be party to it." Jordan wanted to believe him, wanted to take comfort in his words, and let them soothe the old wound her father had just torn open again. But she could feel the conflict through their bond, could sense Eric's genuine care for her warring with his duty to his pack. The Blood Moon conflict wasn't going to resolve itself. People were dying, territory was being lost. And without the alliance her father offered, Eric's pack would continue to suffer. All because Jordan was too broken to fulfill the one function that mattered. "What are you going to tell him?" she asked quietly. "My father. When you respond to his terms." Eric's jaw clenched. "I'm going to tell him his terms are unacceptable. That you are my mate, my only mate, and that stands regardless of whether you can bear children. And then I'm going to find another way to deal with the Blood Moon pack. One that doesn't require me to sacrifice your dignity for political convenience. There might not be another way. Then I'll make one." His voice was steel. "I've survived 3 years as a monster, Jordan. I can survive whatever comes next. What I can't survive is becoming the kind of man who would treat his mate the way your father treated his. Who would reduce you to a vessel for heirs and discard you when you couldn't perform as expected. I won't be him. I refuse." Through the bond, Jordan felt the truth of his words. Felt his determination and his rage, and his absolute refusal to compromise on this. And she also felt his fear. Fear that rejecting her father's terms would doom his pack. Fear that his nobility would cost lives. Fear that he was choosing personal happiness over the duty he'd sworn to uphold. "You're afraid," she whispered. Terrified. He didn't bother denying it. But not of losing the alliance. Of losing you. of watching this destroy the home we've been building together, of seeing you retreat back into invisibility because the world has reminded you once again that you're not enough. I am not enough, though. Jordan pulled away from his touch, wrapping her arms around herself. That's the truth, Eric. I'm wolfless. Barren. I can't shift, can't fight, can't produce heirs. I can play piano and sing songs and organize libraries, but none of that matters in the world we actually live in. Your pack needs strong alliances and future generations. I can't provide either. You provide me with a reason to keep existing, Eric said quietly. Isn't that worth something? Not if it costs your pack their security. Jordan turned to the window, unable to look at him anymore. Maybe my father's right. Maybe Eloise should come. She could give you everything I can't, children, strength, a mate who's actually useful. You could keep me as family, as your cousin and companion. But take her as your true mate, the one who matters. Jordan, no. It would solve everything. The words came faster now, panic and old wounds driving them out. You'd get your alliance. Your pack would be protected. My father would be satisfied. And I'd. She stopped, voice breaking. I'd still get to stay. Still get to belong somewhere, even if it's just in the margins. That's more than I had before, Jordan. Eric's hands landed on her shoulders, gently turning her to face him. Look at me. Really look at me. She did, seeing his ruined features twisted with emotion. I am trapped in this form because a woman I rejected cursed me for not loving her, he said slowly, deliberately. The witch Suzanne believed she deserved my heart because she wanted it, and when I refused to give it, she made me into this. Now your father is making the same demand, insisting I take a mate I don't want because it suits his purposes. Can you not see the pattern? Can you not see that accepting Eloise would make me exactly the kind of man who deserves to stay cursed? But there are no buts. His voice softened. You are my mate, my only mate, my choice. Not because you're useful or because you can provide heirs, but because you're you. Because when I look at you, I see home. And I will not throw that away to appease a man who never valued you in the first place. Jordan wanted to believe him. Wanted to let his words override the lifetime of conditioning that said her worth was contingent on her utility. But through the bond, she could still feel his conflict. Still sense the weight of duty pressing against personal desire. You need that alliance, she said quietly. Your pack is suffering. People are dying. And as much as you want to believe love is enough, the reality is that packs survive on strength and strategy and beneficial partnerships. What we have, she gestured between them. It's real and it matters. But it doesn't stop wars. It doesn't protect borders. It doesn't prevent the Blood Moon pack from taking territory and lives. I'll find another way. What if there isn't one? Jordan met his eyes steadily. What if this is it? What if refusing my father's terms means condemning your pack to defeat? Can you live with that? Can your conscience bear it? Eric was silent. And that silence told Jordan everything she needed to know. He couldn't. Of course he couldn't. He was too good, too bound by duty, too fundamentally decent to choose personal happiness over the lives of his people. Which meant eventually, inevitably, he would have to accept Eloise. And Jordan would go back to being exactly what she'd always been, worthless, except as a placeholder until someone better came along. The realization settled over her like a shroud. I need some air, she said, pulling away from him. I need to think. Jordan, wait. But she was already walking toward the door, needing distance from the bond, and Eric's conflicted emotions and the crushing weight of her own inadequacy. Please, Eric called after her. Don't do this. Don't retreat. We can figure this out together. Jordan paused at the door, not looking back. Together only works when both people have something to contribute. You've given me everything: home, family, purpose. What have I given you except complications and limitations? Maybe it's time I stopped being selfish and accepted what I've always known. I'm not enough. I've never been enough. And loving me, if that's even what this is, doesn't change that fundamental truth. That's not. I'll be in my tower, Jordan interrupted. If you need me. Then she fled, leaving Eric alone in the throne room with his rage and his duty and the impossible choice her father had forced upon them. Through the bond, she felt him calling to her, desperate, anguished, begging her to come back so they could face this together. But Jordan couldn't. Because facing it together meant watching Eric choose between her and his pack. Meant watching him realize what she'd always known, that she wasn't worth the price he'd have to pay to keep her. Better to spare them both that pain. Better to accept the inevitable now, before hope made the fall even worse. Jordan locked herself in her tower room, just like that first night. And for the first time since Eric had taught her to play piano, since they'd sung together and formed their bond, she felt invisible again. Only this time, it hurt so much worse. Because now she knew what it felt like to matter. And she was about to lose it all over again. 3 days passed in tense, miserable silence. Jordan stayed in her tower, refusing the food Mitzi brought, ignoring Eric's presence hovering at the edges of the bond. She could feel him trying to reach her, feel his anguish, and his desperate desire to fix this. But what was there to fix? The situation was impossible. Her father had made it so deliberately. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Mitzi forced her way into Jordan's room, with an expression that brooked no argument. "Enough," the old woman said, setting down a tray of food that actually smelled appetizing. "I've watched you waste away up here for days while Eric paces the castle like a caged beast. This stops now." "There's nothing to stop," Jordan said dully from where she sat by the window. "My father made his demands. Eric will eventually realize he has no choice but to accept them. And she trailed off. "You'll what? Give up? Retreat back into invisibility?" Mitzi's voice was sharp. "I thought you had more spine than that, girl." "What spine?" Jordan laughed bitterly. "I'm powerless here, Mitzi. I can't give Eric children. I can't provide the heirs my father demands. I can't even shift into a wolf to help defend territory if it comes to war. I'm completely, utterly useless. You're the one who taught him to smile again." Mitzi sat on the edge of the bed. "Who brought music back to a castle that had been silent for 3 years? Who reminded a cursed king that he's still human underneath the horror? That's not useless, Jordan. That's essential. It's not enough to stop a war. Maybe not, but it's enough to give him a reason to survive one." Mitzi's sharp eyes studied her. "You're so focused on what you can't do that you've forgotten to see what you can. Eric doesn't need you to bear children or shift into a wolf. He needs you to be exactly what you've been since you arrived, someone who sees him clearly and chooses him anyway. That's rarer and more valuable than any alliance. Tell that to my father. Your father is a fool who threw away something precious because it didn't fit his narrow definition of useful." Mitzi's voice softened. "Don't prove him right by doing the same thing to yourself." Jordan was quiet for a long moment. "Eric's afraid," she finally said. "I can feel it through the bond. He's trying to be noble, trying to choose me over duty, but it's tearing him apart. His pack is suffering, and he knows accepting my father's terms, accepting Eloise would fix that. Eventually, duty will win. It has to. And when it does, you'll still be his mate," Mitzi interrupted. "Bonded permanently. Even if he takes a secondary mate for political reasons, you'll still be primary. Still be family. Still matter." "As what? A consolation prize? A mistake he's stuck with?" Jordan shook her head. "I won't do that to him. Won't force him to choose between me and his pack's survival. It's not fair. Life isn't fair, child. If it was, you'd have your wolf, and Eric wouldn't be cursed, and none of this would be happening." Mitzi stood, moving to the door. "But we work with what we have, and what you have is a mate who loves you, yes, loves you. Don't look at me like that. I've seen the way he looks at you, the way his whole being orients toward your presence. That's love, even if neither of you are ready to name it. Love doesn't solve this." Jordan whispered. "No, but it means the problem is worth solving, rather than just surrendering to." Mitzi opened the door, then paused. "Eric's in the music room. He's been there for hours, playing his mother's compositions. Badly. I might add, his hands aren't made for piano keys, and he knows it. But he keeps trying anyway because it reminds him of you. Because even the frustration of failing at something is better than the emptiness of not trying." After Mitzi left, Jordan sat in silence, wrestling with herself. Finally, As evening approached, she made a decision. She couldn't fix the situation, couldn't magically develop the ability to bear children or transform into a wolf, couldn't make her father's demands disappear. But she could stop hiding, could face whatever came next with Eric beside her, rather than cowering alone in her tower, could at least give them both the dignity of confronting the inevitable together. Jordan cleaned herself up, changed into fresh clothing, and made her way to the music room. Eric was there, exactly as Mitzi had said, his massive form hunched over the piano, his malformed hands attempting to navigate keys they weren't designed for. The melody was recognizable, the song of becoming, but the execution was painful, notes stumbling and crashing into each other. He sensed her presence immediately, his hands stilling on the keys. "Jordan." His voice was rough, unused. "You came. I'm sorry," she said quietly, moving to stand beside the piano. "I shouldn't have run, shouldn't have locked you out. We're bonded, that means we face things together, even when they're impossible. Nothing is impossible." Eric turned to look at her, and Jordan's heart broke at the exhaustion in his crimson eyes. "I've been searching for solutions. Alternative alliances, military strategies that don't require your father's support, ways to broker peace with the Blood Moon Pact directly. There has to be another way. There has to be. And if there isn't, then we'll make one." His voice was fierce. "I won't give up on us, Jordan. I won't let your father win by making you believe you're not enough. You are everything. Everything that matters." Jordan moved closer, reaching for his ruined hand. "Play with me," she said softly, "like we used to. Let me take the melody while you handle the bass notes. Together." Eric stared at her for a moment, understanding dawning. "Together," he echoed. They arranged themselves at the piano, Jordan taking the right side, Eric the left. And slowly, haltingly at first but with growing confidence, they began to play the song of becoming. Jordan's fingers found the melody, the familiar notes flowing from muscle memory and practice. Eric's hands, clumsy on their own, managed the deeper bass notes that provided foundation and structure. Separately, they struggled. Together, they made music. The song swelled through the music room, filling the space with sound that spoke of transformation and growth, and becoming who you were meant to be despite everything trying to stop you. And as they played, Jordan felt something shift in the bond between them. Not breaking, not weakening, growing stronger, deeper, more certain, because this was what they had. Not perfect harmony or easy solutions, but the willingness to struggle together, to combine their inadequacies, and create something whole. To be enough not because either of them was complete alone, but because together they were more than the sum of their broken parts. The final notes faded into silence. "I don't know what's going to happen," Jordan said quietly, her hands still resting on the keys. "I don't know if we can refuse my father's demands without consequences. Don't know if there's a way to navigate this that doesn't destroy something precious. But I know I'd rather face it with you than hide from it alone. We'll find a way," Eric said. His voice held certainty now. The doubt temporarily banished. "I don't know how yet, but we'll find a way that doesn't require you to sacrifice your dignity or me to betray our bond. We have to. Because the alternative," his voice cracked, "the alternative is unacceptable." Jordan leaned against his shoulder, awkward because of his size and shape, but comforting anyway. "Whatever happens, we face it together." "Together," Eric agreed. They sat like that in the gathering darkness, drawing strength from each other's presence, not solving the problem, not making it go away, just refusing to face it alone. And somehow, in that moment, that felt like enough. It had to be, because it was all they had. Chapter 6. The Cost of 6 Lives. Eric's response to Ismail arrived by messenger the next morning. Jordan stood beside him in the throne room, as Byron delivered it, a formal letter written in Eric's elegant script, sealed with the nightshade crest. The message was clear and uncompromising. "Alpha Ismail Matthews. Your terms regarding the production of heirs are unacceptable, and were never part of our original agreement. Jordan Fox is my mate, my only mate, and that bond stands permanent and inviolable regardless of fertility considerations. I will provide military support for your conflict with the Blood Moon Pact as promised in our alliance. However, Any further demands regarding secondary mates or replacement arrangements are hereby rejected. Jordan's position is not negotiable. If these terms are unsatisfactory, you are welcome to dissolve the alliance. I will not compromise my mate's dignity for political convenience. Eric Potts, Alpha King of Nightshade. Byron read the letter aloud, his discomfort growing with each word. When he finished, silence hung heavy in the throne room. You understand what you're asking, Byron said carefully. Alpha Ismail will not take kindly to this rejection. He expected. I don't care what he expected. Eric's voice was steel. Those are my terms. He can accept them or not. The choice is his. Byron's eyes flicked to Jordan, something like pity crossing his features. Lady Jordan, perhaps you could speak with Alpha King Eric. Help him understand the consequences. I stand with my mate, Jordan interrupted, her voice steady despite the fear churning in her stomach. Whatever consequences come, we face them together. Byron sighed, tucking the letter away. Very well. I'll deliver your response. But I warn you both. Alpha Ismail is not a patient man, and he does not handle rejection well. After Byron left, Jordan turned to Eric. He's right, you know. My father won't accept this lying down. I know. Eric moved to the window, gazing out at the forest. He'll either dissolve the alliance entirely, or he'll try to find leverage to force my hand. Either way, conflict is coming. What kind of leverage could he have? Jordan asked, though dread was already pooling in her gut. Eric was quiet for a long moment. You, he said finally. He could demand your return. Claim that since the mating hasn't produced the expected results, the arrangement is void. Use pack law to argue that a mate who can't fulfill their primary biological function can be annulled and returned to their family. Jordan felt the floor tilt beneath her feet. Can he do that? Can pack law actually? Traditionally, yes. If a mating proves unfruitful after a reasonable period, either party can petition for dissolution on grounds of breach of contract. Eric's hands clenched on the windowsill. It's an old law, rarely enforced anymore, but technically applicable, so he could force me to come back. Jordan's voice came out small. Could undo everything we've built here. He could try. Eric turned to face her, his crimson eyes blazing. But I won't let him. You're mine, Jordan. My mate, my family, my home. No law, no tradition, no manipulation from your father will change that. But if pack law says, then pack law is wrong. His voice was fierce. I've spent 3 years having every rule and expectation twist to accommodate my curse. Having tradition and law bend to explain why I'm still technically an alpha despite being trapped in this form. If those same systems now try to take you from me, I'll burn them all down. Jordan wanted to take comfort in his certainty, but she could feel through the bond how much this was costing him, the conflict between his nature as a law-abiding king and his desperation to keep her safe. We need to prepare, she said quietly. If my father's going to make a move, we should be ready for it. Agreed. Eric moved away from the window, his tactical mind already working. I'll send word to my border patrols, increase security around the castle, and I'll reach out to other alphas, see if anyone's willing to form alternative alliances that don't depend on your father's goodwill. Will anyone respond? Most packs think you're dead or mad. They don't even know you're still actively ruling. Then perhaps it's time they learned. A grim smile crossed Eric's ruined features. I've hidden long enough. If I need to reveal myself to secure support, I will. Eric, know they'll see you as a monster. It could make everything worse. Or it could remind them that I'm still their king, still capable of ruling, still worthy of allegiance despite the curse. He cupped her face gently. I can't hide forever, Jordan. Especially not if hiding means losing you. Through the bond, Jordan felt his determination, and underneath it, terror of being seen, of being judged, of having his worst fears confirmed when other alphas recoiled from his appearance. But he was willing to face all of that for her. Together, she whispered, echoing their promise. Whatever you do, we do together. You don't face the world alone anymore. Together, Eric agreed. Ismail's response came 3 days later. Not a letter this time, but a full delegation. 20 wolves from the Matthews pack, led by none other than Eloise herself. Jordan watched from a tower window as they approached the castle, her twin sister riding at the head of the group. Eloise looked exactly as Jordan remembered, beautiful, confident, every inch the alpha's daughter she was supposed to be. Silver blonde hair caught the sunlight, and even from this distance, Jordan could see the strength and grace in her movements. Everything Jordan wasn't. Everything she'd never be. "She's here," Jordan said quietly, not turning from the window even though she knew Eric had entered the room behind her. "I know." His presence moved closer, solid and reassuring. "I can smell them from here. 20 wolves. All combat trained. Your father's making a statement." "What kind of statement?" "That he won't be ignored. That he has the strength to back up his demands." Eric's hand settled on her shoulder. "And that he's serious about the Eloise arrangement. Why else bring her personally?" Jordan closed her eyes, fighting back the familiar sense of inadequacy. "She's perfect," she whispered. "Everything an alpha king should have in a mate. Strong, fertile, confident. She can give you everything I can't. I don't want her." Eric's voice was firm. "I want you. Want and need are different things." "Jordan, we should go down," she interrupted, opening her eyes. "Meet them. Get this over with." Eric studied her for a moment, clearly wanting to argue. But finally he nodded. Together, Jordan agreed, though the word felt hollow now. They received the delegation in the throne room, Eric seated on his throne with Jordan standing at his right hand, the position of a bonded mate. The statement was clear. Jordan's place was established and uncontestable. But Ismail's wolves filed in with their own statement. They formed ranks behind Eloise, who stood at the center with her chin high and her posture radiating confidence. Not afraid, not disgusted, simply present and assessing. When her eyes landed on Eric, Jordan waited for the usual reaction: fear, revulsion, horror at his appearance. Instead, Eloise's expression remained neutral, professional, as if she'd been briefed on what to expect and had prepared herself accordingly. That was somehow worse than revulsion would have been. "Alpha King Eric," Eloise said, her voice clear and strong. "I am Eloise Fitzgerald, daughter of Alpha Ismail Matthews. I come on behalf of my father to discuss the terms of our alliance." "There's nothing to discuss," Eric said flatly. "I've made my position clear." "With respect, Alpha King, I believe there is." Eloise's eyes flicked briefly to Jordan, something unreadable in her expression. "My father's terms were perhaps inelegantly presented, but the core concern remains valid. An alliance between our packs should be strengthened through bloodline ties. Children who carry both Nightshade and Matthews' heritage would unite our territories in ways that benefit everyone." "Lady Jordan is my mate," Eric said. "My only mate. That doesn't change simply because your father demands heirs. I understand that you and my sister have formed a bond," Eloise said carefully. "And I don't wish to diminish that. But surely you can see the practical benefits of a more flexible arrangement? Jordan could maintain her position as your primary mate, your companion, your family, and she took a breath. "I could serve as a secondary mate, specifically for the purpose of producing heirs. It wouldn't diminish your bond with Jordan. It would simply ensure the alliance produces the necessary results." Jordan felt like she'd been punched, her own sister, standing there and calmly proposing to become a secondary mate, to give Eric everything Jordan couldn't, to prove, once and for all, which daughter was actually valuable. "No," Eric growled. "Alpha King, please consider." "I said no." Eric rose from his throne, and even the battle-trained wolves behind Eloise stepped back. "Your father sent you here to make his proposal more palatable, to use your presence to pressure me into accepting terms I've already rejected. But my answer stands. Jordan is my mate. My only mate. I will not take a secondary partner to satisfy your father's demands." Eloise's jaw tightened. "Even if it means the alliance fails. Even if it means my father withdraws his military support. Even then. And what about your pack?" Eloise's voice rose slightly. "What about the wolves who depend on you for protection? The territories you're losing to the Blood Moon pack because you lack the forces to defend them? How many of your people have to die before your pride costs too much?" The question hit its mark. Through the bond, Jordan felt Eric's anguish, the weight of duty crashing against personal desire. "My pack is my responsibility," Eric said, his voice tight. And I will protect them. But not by betraying the mate I've already bonded with. Not by reducing Jordan to a placeholder while I take another woman to do what she supposedly should. Jordan understands duty, Eloise said. And now her eyes fixed on her sister. Don't you, Jordan? You understand what's at stake here. The lives that hang in the balance. Surely you wouldn't want to be responsible for unnecessary deaths because of personal feelings. Jordan felt the trap closing. Her sister was putting the choice squarely on her shoulders: accept being replaced, or be responsible for every life lost in the conflict. Exactly the kind of manipulation their father excelled at. I understand duty perfectly, Jordan said, her voice steadier than she felt. Which is why I know that accepting your father's terms would be a mistake. An alliance built on dishonesty and coercion isn't an alliance at all. It's just a prettier version of slavery. Slavery. Eloise's eyebrows rose. That's dramatic, even for you. Is it? Jordan stepped forward, meeting her sister's eyes. Our father sent me here to be disposed of, to marry a monster and disappear from his life. He told me directly that if Alpha King Eric killed me, at least I'd finally be useful for something. Now he's sending you to replace me, to prove that even in exile, I'm still not good enough, and you're going along with it. Because I'm not selfish, Eloise interrupted. Because I understand that sometimes we have to make sacrifices for the greater good. You've always been so focused on your own feelings, Jordan. So caught up in being the victim. But the world doesn't revolve around your hurt feelings. People are dying. Territories are being lost. And you're so determined to hold onto your position here that you can't see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that our father is manipulating everyone involved, Jordan shot back. He's using you as leverage, using the conflict as an excuse, using me as a scapegoat. And you can't see it because you've always believed he values you. That being the good daughter means something. But it doesn't, Eloise. The moment you're no longer useful, he'll discard you just like he did me. That's not true. Isn't it? Jordan's voice rose. Think about it. He's sending you here not as a valued daughter making a noble sacrifice, but as a replacement part, a tool to fix an arrangement that isn't working the way he planned. Do you really believe that once you've produced the necessary heirs, once you've served your purpose, he'll treat you any differently than he treated me? Eloise's expression flickered just for a moment, doubt crossing her features, but then her composure returned. Regardless of our father's motivations, the fact remains, Alpha King Eric needs this alliance. His pack needs this alliance, and you can't provide what's required to maintain it. I can. That's not cruelty, Jordan. That's just reality. Reality, Jordan repeated bitterly. Is that what we're calling it now? Enough. Eric's voice cut through their argument. Both of you. This isn't about which sister is more useful or who our father values more. This is about whether I'm willing to compromise my integrity for political convenience. And I'm not. He moved to stand beside Jordan, his massive hand settling on her shoulder. Eloise, you seem like a reasonable woman. So I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't love you. I don't want to mate with you. The thought of binding myself to another person, even for purely practical reasons, feels like a betrayal of everything Jordan and I have built together. And I won't do it. Not for your father, not for an alliance, not even for the sake of my pack's immediate survival. Then you're a fool, Eloise said flatly. And you're condemning people to die for the sake of your feelings. Perhaps. Eric's voice was steady. Or perhaps I'm refusing to perpetuate a system that treats people like breeding stock and political tools. Perhaps I'm choosing to believe that there has to be another way forward. One that doesn't require anyone to sacrifice their dignity. There is no other way. Eloise's voice held genuine frustration now. The Blood Moon Pack won't negotiate. Other alphas won't ally with you, not when they think you're dead or cursed into madness. My father's support is the only option you have, and refusing it because you won't take a secondary mate is... She shook her head. It's suicide. For you and for your pack. Then I'll find a different solution, Eric said. I'll reveal myself to other alphas. Prove I'm still capable of ruling. I'll negotiate directly with the Blood Moon Pack if I have to. I'll do whatever it takes except betray my mate. Eloise stared at him for a long moment, then her gaze shifted to Jordan, and something that might have been pity crossed her features. You've really trapped him, haven't you? She said quietly. Convinced him that your bond is more important than his pack's survival. That's impressive, actually. In a terrible sort of way. I haven't trapped anyone, Jordan said, stung. Eric makes his own choices. Does he? Eloise tilted her head. Or has he just traded one curse for another? The witch trapped him in a monster's body. You've trapped him in an impossible situation where duty and desire can't coexist. I wonder which curse is actually worse. The words hit harder than Jordan wanted to admit. Because wasn't that exactly what she'd been afraid of? That loving her, if that's what Eric felt, would cost him everything that mattered? Leave. Eric's voice was cold. Return to your father and tell him my answer stands. The alliance continues on the original terms. Or it dissolves entirely. His choice. He won't accept this, Eloise warned. He'll invoke pack law. Demand Jordan's return on grounds of failure to fulfill mating obligations. And technically, he'll be within his rights. Let him try. Eric's eyes glowed brighter. Jordan stays with me. Anyone who tries to take her will discover that I'm still very much capable of defending what's mine. Eloise studied them both for another moment. Then she sighed, the confident mask slipping slightly to show exhaustion underneath. For what it's worth, she said quietly, looking at Jordan. I never wanted this. Never wanted to come here and propose this. But father insisted, said you'd understand duty even if Eric didn't, that you'd be reasonable. Reasonable, Jordan echoed hollowly. Is that what he called it? He wants you to come home, Eloise continued. Said that if you agree to return voluntarily, he'll dissolve the arrangement without invoking pack law. Let you come back with some dignity intact. You could have a place in the pack again. Not as heir, I'm still that, but as... She trailed off. As what? Jordan demanded. As the wolfless failure who couldn't even manage to be useful as a political bride? As the cautionary tale other young wolves whisper about? As the daughter who exists on the margins, invisible and irrelevant? As family, Eloise said softly. As my sister. I know father has been harsh, but he's not entirely without heart. And I miss you, Jordan. Even if you don't believe it. The admission caught Jordan off guard. She searched her sister's face for signs of deception but found only genuine emotion, complicated, painful, but real. If you miss me, Jordan said slowly, then why are you here? Why are you offering to replace me? Eloise's expression twisted. Because father asked me to. Because he said it was the only way to maintain the alliance. Because... She stopped, swallowing hard. Because I thought maybe if I did this, if I gave you a way out of an arrangement that clearly isn't working, you might actually be happy. Might get to come home and be somewhere you belong, instead of trapped in this castle with... Her eyes flicked to Eric. With someone who can't even show his face to the world. I am home, Jordan said firmly. This castle, Eric, the life we're building, this is where I belong. Not because I'm trapped, but because I choose it. And I'm not leaving. Eloise held her gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I see. Then I suppose there's nothing more to say. She turned to her escort. We're leaving. There's no point continuing this conversation. But as she reached the door, she paused and looked back. Jordan? When father invokes pack law, and he will, don't expect me to argue on your behalf. I can't go against him. Not for this. I wouldn't expect you to, Jordan said quietly. You've always chosen him over me. Why would now be any different? Eloise flinched as if struck. But she didn't argue, just turned and left, her escort filing out behind her. The throne room fell silent. Jordan stood frozen, her sister's words echoing in her mind. When father invokes pack law. Not if. When. Jordan. Eric's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. Look at me. She did, seeing concern written across his ruined features. Whatever comes next, he said quietly. We face it together. Your father can invoke whatever law he wants. He can send however many wolves he thinks will intimidate me. But you're not going back. Not unless you choose to. And even then, I'd try to talk you out of it. You heard Eloise, Jordan said. Pack law is on his side. If he demands my return and can prove I've failed to fulfill mating obligations, then we'll fight it. Challenge the law, argue the terms, do whatever it takes. His hands cupped her face gently. I meant what I said earlier. I'd rather burn it all down than lose you. But your pack will survive. Packs have weathered worse than this. But his voice roughened, I don't think I could survive losing you. Not after finally finding something worth existing for. Through the bond, Jordan felt the absolute truth of his words. Felt his determination and his fear and his desperate, overwhelming need to keep her safe. And she felt her own resolve solidifying in response. Her father wanted her back, wanted to prove she was still his property to dispose of as he saw fit, then let him try. She'd spent 7 years being invisible, being worthless, accepting that she didn't matter. She'd spent the last months learning what it felt like to be seen, to belong, to have a place in the world. She wasn't going back to invisibility. Not for pack law. Not for her father's manipulation. Not for anything. Together, she said firmly, taking Eric's hands in hers. Whatever he throws at us, we face it together. And we win. Together, Eric agreed, pulling her close. They stood like that for a long moment, drawing strength from each other's presence. Neither of them knowing that the real test was still to come. Neither of them realizing how close they were to losing everything they'd fought so hard to build. The formal challenge arrived 2 days later. A messenger from the Pack Council, not Ismail's personal wolves, but representatives of the governing body that oversaw all pack law in the territories. Their presence meant this was official. Legitimate. Not just a father trying to reclaim a wayward daughter, but the law itself being invoked. Jordan and Eric stood before them in the throne room as the head messenger, a stern older woman named Brandy Faulkner, read the formal complaint. By order of Alpha Ismail Matthews, and with the support of the Pack Council, we hereby invoke traditional law regarding unfulfilled mating contracts. Jordan Fox, mated to Eric Potts for a period of 2 months, has failed to conceive despite the stated purpose of the union being to produce heirs and strengthen bloodline ties between packs. Jordan felt sick. 2 months. That's all the time they'd had, 2 precious months of building something real, and her father was already using it against her. Brandy continued reading. Per traditional law, when a mating proves unfruitful and one party wishes to dissolve the bond, a formal hearing must be held to determine validity of the dissolution request. This hearing will take place in 1 week's time at the neutral territory of the river crossing. Both parties are required to attend and present their cases before the full Pack Council. And if we refuse, Eric asked, his voice dangerously quiet. Then the council will rule in Alpha Ismail's favor by default, Brandy said. And Lady Jordan will be required to return to Matthew's territory. By force, if necessary. This is ridiculous, Jordan burst out. The original mating arrangement never specified a timeline for heirs. My father's adding conditions after the fact to justify breaking a bond he didn't want in the first place. Nevertheless, the law is clear. Brandy's expression was sympathetic but firm. A mating contracted for the purpose of producing heirs can be dissolved if that purpose remains unfulfilled after a reasonable time period. 2 months may seem brief. But given that the arrangement was specifically political in nature. It wasn't political, Eric interrupted. Jordan and I mated because we chose each other. Because we're family. She's my cousin, Nightshade blood through her mother. This has nothing to do with political convenience and everything to do with genuine connection. Brandy's eyebrows rose. That's an interesting defense. If you can prove bloodline connection, it might change the council's perspective. Family bonds are protected under different laws than purely political arrangements. We can prove it, Jordan said quickly. The Nightshade Lullaby. We both know it, both sing it. That song is passed only through direct bloodline, and Jordan's mother had the Nightshade. Mark 3 dots in a triangle on her wrist. The same mark Eric carries. Brandy made notes. That will need to be verified. But if true, it could provide grounds for arguing this is a family reunification rather than a failed political arrangement. She looked up. However, you should know Alpha Ismail is prepared to argue that even if family connection exists, it doesn't negate the fertility clause. That Jordan's inability to produce heirs makes the arrangement invalid regardless of bloodline. Because of course he is, Jordan said bitterly. The hearing will be in 1 week. Brandy repeated. I strongly suggest you both prepare your case thoroughly. Alpha Ismail has considerable support on the council, and many of them are uncomfortable with the situation. Uncomfortable with what? Eric demanded. With me? Brandy hesitated. Alpha King Eric, you must understand you've been absent from pack politics for 3 years. Most alphas believe you're either dead or too far gone to rule effectively. Your sudden re-emergence, mated to a wolfless woman under contested circumstances. She trailed off diplomatically. They think I'm a monster who's trapped an innocent girl, Eric finished flatly. They think the situation requires scrutiny, Brandy corrected carefully. The hearing will provide an opportunity to demonstrate that your mating is legitimate and consensual, to prove that Lady Jordan is here by choice, not by coercion. She is, Eric said fiercely. Jordan chose this. Chose me. Chose to stay, when she had every reason to leave. Then you'll need to convince the council of that. Brandy closed her notebook. 1 week, river crossing. Be prepared to defend your bond before the full pack council and present your case for why it should remain intact despite Alpha Ismail's challenge. After the messenger left, Jordan sank into a chair, her legs suddenly unable to support her weight. A hearing, she said numbly. A public trial where my father gets to detail every way I'm inadequate, where the entire pack council hears about my failures and judges whether I deserve to stay with you. Jordan, he's going to win, she continued, panic rising in her chest. He has the law on his side. Has witnesses who'll testify that I'm wolfless and barren. Has Eloise standing right there as proof that he offered you a better option and you refused it out of, what? Stubbornness? Misguided loyalty? Love, Eric said quietly. I refused because I love you. The words hung in the air between them the first time either of them had named it directly. Jordan stared at him, her breath caught in her throat. You. What? I love you. Eric moved to kneel in front of her chair, bringing his massive form down to her level. I've loved you since the night you sang my mother's lullaby in the gallery. Since you looked at me and saw past the horror to the man inside. Since you chose to stay here, not because you had no other options, but because this became home. I love you, Jordan Fox, and I'm not losing you to some archaic law and your father's manipulation. Tears streamed down Jordan's face. The curse hasn't broken. I know. A sad smile crossed his ruined features. Apparently my love isn't the true love the spell requires. Not pure enough or selfless enough, or whatever impossible standard Suzanne set. But it's real, Jordan. It's the realest thing I've felt in 3 years. And hearing that doesn't mean I'm letting you go. Jordan threw her arms around his neck, clinging to him as she sobbed. I love you too, she whispered against his fur. I've been so afraid to say it. Afraid that naming it would somehow make losing you worse. But I do. I love you, Eric. Love your kindness and your music and the way you see me. Love the man you are underneath this curse. Love every moment we've built together in this castle. Through the bond, their emotions crashed together, love and fear and desperate determination all tangled into one overwhelming sensation. Then we fight, Eric said fiercely. We go to that hearing, and we prove that what we have is real, that it matters more than fertility clauses and political arrangements. That love, messy, complicated, hard-won love, is worth protecting. What if it's not enough? Jordan pulled back to look at him. What if we tell them everything, prove our connection, declare our love, and they still rule in my father's favor? Then we run. The words came out flat, final. We disappear into the wilderness, live as rogues if we have to. I'd rather spend my life hunted and homeless with you beside me than spend another day as a king without you. Eric, your pack will have to survive without me. His eyes glowed fierce in the dim light. Because I can't survive without you. Won't even try. So whatever happens at that hearing, however the council rules, you and I stay together, one way or another. Jordan wanted to argue. Wanted to tell him he couldn't abandon his responsibilities, couldn't throw away everything he'd worked to preserve. But looking at his face, feeling the absolute certainty through their bond, she knew it was pointless. They were bonded now. Permanently. Completely. And whatever came next, they would face it side by side, even if it meant losing everything else. Chapter 7. The Trial of Worth. The journey to River Crossing took 2 days. Eric traveled in a covered carriage, not out of shame, but strategy. The pack council needed to see him on his own terms, in a controlled environment where his curse couldn't be used to prejudice their judgment before he'd even spoken. Jordan rode beside him, their hands linked, the bond between them humming with shared anxiety. Mitzi accompanied them, along with a small escort of Eric's most loyal guards, wolves who'd served him since before the curse and hadn't abandoned him after. They were fewer than Jordan would have liked, but their presence was steady and reassuring. "Remember," Mitzi coached as they neared their destination, "the council will try to paint you as a victim, Jordan. A helpless girl trapped by a monster who can't let her go. You need to make them see the truth that you're here because you choose to be, because this is home." "I know," Jordan said, though her stomach churned with nerves. "I just hope they listen." "They'll listen," Eric said quietly. "They may not agree, but they'll listen. And we'll make our case as strongly as we can. That's all we can do." River Crossing was neutral territory, a small settlement that existed solely to host interpack meetings and negotiations. The main hall where the hearing would take place was large enough to hold representatives from every major pack in the territories, with a raised dais for the pack council at one end. When Jordan and Eric entered, the room was already full. She saw her father immediately. Ismail stood near the front with Eloise beside him, his expression cold and calculating. Around them, other alphas and their representatives filled the benches, their conversations dying away as Eric's massive form appeared in the doorway. The reaction was immediate and visceral. Gasps, whispers. Several wolves actually backed away, hands moving toward weapons they weren't supposed to carry in neutral territory. A few looked like they might bolt entirely. Eric had removed his cloak, revealing himself fully for the first time in 3 years. Every deformity, every horror of his curse on display for the gathered packs to witness. Jordan felt his shame and defiance through their bond, the complicated tangle of emotions that came with being seen as a monster by people who'd once respected him. She squeezed his hand tighter and walked beside him with her head high, making it clear she stood with him by choice. The pack council sat on the dais, 7 alphas chosen to represent the territory's various regions. Jordan recognized a few of them from before her exile. Ali Rogers, an older alpha known for his fairness. Milton Clark, who'd once visited her father and seemed kind. And at the center, the head of council Lorenzo Payne, whose stern expression gave nothing away. "This hearing is now in session," Lorenzo announced, his voice carrying through the suddenly silent hall. "We are here to consider Alpha Ismail Matthews's petition for dissolution of the mating bond between his daughter, Jordan Fox, and Alpha King Eric Potts of Nightshade, on grounds of failure to fulfill contracted obligations." He paused, his eyes moving over Eric's form with carefully controlled neutrality. "Before we begin, I must ask, Alpha King Eric, are you here of your own free will and sound mind? There have been concerns about your condition. I am here willingly and in full possession of my faculties," Eric said clearly, his voice resonating despite its roughness. "The curse I bear affects my form, not my mind. I remain Alpha King of Nightshade, capable of ruling and making decisions for myself and my pack. And Lady Jordan Fox, are you here willingly? Do you wish to contest your father's petition?" Jordan stepped forward. "I am here willingly, and I absolutely contest the petition. I am Alpha King Eric's mate by choice, and I have no desire to dissolve our bond." Lorenzo nodded. "Then let the hearing proceed. Alpha Ismail, you may present your case." Ismail moved to the center of the hall, his movements confident and practiced. This was a man who knew how to work a crowd, how to present himself as reasonable and concerned. "Honorable Council," he began, "I come before you not as a father seeking to control his daughter, but as an alpha concerned about the well-being of a packmate and the integrity of our laws. 2 months ago, I entered into an arrangement with Alpha King Eric, an alliance sealed by the mating of my daughter Jordan to strengthen ties between our packs." He paused, letting his words sink in. The arrangement was clear. Jordan would mate with Eric, and through their union our bloodlines would merge. Children carrying both Matthews and Nightshade heritage would unite our territories, creating a lasting peace and mutual support system. "However," Ismail continued, his voice taking on a tone of regret, "my daughter is unable to fulfill this obligation. She is, as has been documented by our pack healer, completely barren." unable to conceive or carry children. This was known before the arrangement, but I had hoped, perhaps foolishly, that the strength of Nightshade blood might overcome this deficiency. Jordan felt the words like physical blows, each one a reminder of her inadequacy being voiced before the entire council. It has not, Ismail said. 2 months have passed, and Jordan remains unable to provide the heirs necessary to cement our alliance. Furthermore, I have reason to believe that my daughter is being influenced to remain in an arrangement that serves her no benefit. That she's staying not because she genuinely wishes to, but because she fears the consequences of returning home. That's not true, Jordan burst out. But Lorenzo raised a hand. You'll have your turn to speak, Lady Jordan. For now, let Alpha Ismail finish. Ismail inclined his head in thanks. I propose that the mating be dissolved on grounds of impossibility of fulfillment. Jordan would return to Matthew's territory where she can live comfortably as part of our pack. And I would provide an alternative arrangement, my other daughter, Eloise, who is capable of bearing children and eager to fulfill the alliance requirements. This way, no one is harmed, and the original intent of the agreement is preserved. He turned to look at Jordan, his expression carefully arranged into concern. I want only what's best for my daughter. And keeping her trapped in a castle with a cursed alpha who can't even show his face to the world, unable to provide the children the arrangement requires, that's not what's best for her. I'm asking the council to recognize this and allow her to come home. When Ismail sat down, whispers erupted throughout the hall. Jordan could see some of the council members nodding, apparently swayed by his reasonable tone and concern for her well-being. Alpha King Eric, Lorenzo said, you may respond. Eric rose, and despite his horrific appearance, he carried himself with undeniable authority. When he spoke, his voice was clear and commanding. Alpha Ismail's petition is built on 3 false premises, Eric began. First, that our mating was purely political and contingent on producing heirs. Second, that Jordan is here against her will or under duress. And third, that dissolving our bond would be in her best interest. He moved to the center of the hall, his presence commanding attention despite or perhaps because of his monstrous form. The truth is far different. Yes, Jordan was sent here by her father. Yes, the initial arrangement was political in nature. But what developed between us transcends those origins. Eric's eyes found Jordan's across the room. Jordan Fox is not just my mate. She is my cousin, blood of my blood through the Nightshade line. Her mother was Allison Nightshade, my father's sister, who left our pack to mate with Ismail Matthews. This makes our bond not just political, but familial, a reunification of separated bloodlines. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Ismail's expression darkened. I can prove this, Eric continued. The Nightshade lullaby is a song passed down through our bloodline, mother to daughter, for generations. Only those with Nightshade blood can recognize it instinctively, can sing it without being taught. Jordan knows this song. She sings it with me, our voices harmonizing in ways that only shared blood can achieve. He held up his arm, showing the 3-dot birthmark on his wrist. The Nightshade mark. I carry it. As did my mother. As did my Aunt Allison. Jordan's mother bore the same mark. She remembers tracing it as a child. This is not a political arrangement gone wrong. This is family finding each other after years of separation. Lorenzo leaned forward. You claim Lady Jordan is your cousin? That she carries Nightshade blood? I do, Eric said firmly. And I challenge anyone here to explain how she could sing our bloodline's sacred song if she didn't. That's irrelevant, Ismail cut in, standing. Family connection or not, the fact remains that Jordan cannot fulfill the primary purpose of a mating producing heirs. The law is clear. A mating contracted for procreation can be dissolved if that purpose proves impossible. But was it contracted for procreation? Eric turned to face Ismail directly. Show me the original agreement. Show me where it specifies that children are a requirement rather than a hope. Because I remember accepting your proposal to mate with Jordan, but I don't recall signing a breeding contract. Ismail's jaw tightened. The expectation was implicit. Implicit is not legally binding. Ali Rogers interjected from the council dais. Alpha Ismail, did your formal proposal to Alpha King Eric explicitly state that producing heirs was a condition of the alliance? It stated that the mating would strengthen bloodline ties, which could mean many things. Ali continued, including the reunification of separated family lines, as Alpha King Eric suggests. Do you have written terms that specifically required children? Ismail hesitated, and Jordan felt a flicker of hope. The custom is clear, he said finally. Matings between alphas are always for the purpose of strengthening packs through offspring. It doesn't need to be explicitly stated. Actually, Milton Clark spoke up. It does. Custom is not law. If you wish to dissolve a mating on grounds of unfulfilled contract, you must prove the contract included those specific terms. Otherwise, this is simply a father trying to annul his daughter's chosen bond because it didn't produce the results he wanted. She didn't choose it. Ismail's composure cracked slightly. I sent her there. She went because she had no choice, because she was worthless to our pack, and at least this way she might serve some purpose. The words hung in the air, and Ismail seemed to realize his mistake immediately. So you admit it, Jordan said, her voice cutting through the stunned silence. You sent me to die, or to disappear, whichever came first. You told me directly that if Alpha King Eric killed me, at least I'd finally be useful. This was never about alliances or heirs. This was about disposing of a daughter you saw as a burden. She moved to the center of the hall, facing her father directly. For 7 years after my wolf failed to manifest, you treated me like I didn't exist. I was invisible in my own pack, worthless because I couldn't shift or bear children. You never spoke my mother's name, never acknowledged her heritage, never told me I came from the Nightshade bloodline because it was easier to pretend I was just defective rather than admit you'd erased your mate's entire history. Jordan's voice grew stronger, fed by years of suppressed anger and pain. And when you needed an alliance with Alpha King Eric, you saw an opportunity. Send the broken daughter to the cursed king. If he accepts her, you get your alliance. If he kills her, you're rid of a problem. Win-win, from your perspective. Jordan, Ismail started, but she cut him off. But I didn't die. I didn't disappear. I found family. I found home. I found someone who sees me as more than just the sum of my deficiencies. And now you want to take that away because I haven't fulfilled obligations you never actually specified but are now claiming were always implicit. She turned to face the council. I am here by choice. I stay with Alpha King Eric by choice. I love him truly, completely, despite his curse or maybe even including it. And I will not return to a pack that spent 7 years teaching me I didn't matter. The hall was silent. Jordan could see her words landing, see some of the council members' expressions shifting. Furthermore, Eric added, moving to stand beside Jordan, I should clarify something about my curse and why it's relevant to this hearing. 3 years ago, a witch named Suzanne Smith cursed me for refusing to mate with her. She said the only thing that could break the curse was true love's kiss, that someone would have to accept me completely, monster and all, and love me genuinely enough to break the spell. He took Jordan's hand. Jordan and I have declared our love for each other. We've mated, bonded, built a life together, and the curse hasn't broken. By Suzanne's standards, our love apparently isn't true enough to qualify as curse breaking. But you know what? I don't care. Because what Jordan and I have is real. It's complicated and messy and built on shared trauma and mutual recognition of pain. It's not a fairy tale, but it's ours, and it matters more than any curse, or any law, or any father's disapproval. The curse is irrelevant, Ismail snapped. We're here to discuss whether the curse is entirely relevant, Eric interrupted, because you're using it to argue that Jordan is trapped by a monster, that she couldn't possibly want to stay with someone like me, but she does. She looked at this. He gestured to his ruined form and chose it. Chose me. Not because she's desperate or coerced, but because she sees past the horror to who I actually am. Or because she's been manipulated, Ismail countered. Isolated in that castle for months with no one else to talk to, nowhere else to go. Of course she's convinced herself she wants to stay. It's survival instinct masquerading as love. Then let her speak for herself, Ali Rogers said. Lady Jordan, you've heard your father's concerns. You've heard his claim that you're here out of fear or manipulation rather than genuine choice. Tell us, in your own words, why do you wish to remain mated to Alpha King Eric? Jordan took a breath, gathering her thoughts. This was it, her chance to make them understand. I spent 7 years being invisible, she began quietly. 7 years trying to justify my existence by being useful in whatever ways I could. Organizing records, growing herbs, doing any task that might prove I deserved to take up space in a pack that had no use for me. And it never worked. I was still worthless. Still a failure. Still treated like I was already dead. She looked up, meeting the eyes of the council members. When my father sent me to Nightshade Castle, I thought I was going to die. And honestly, part of me was relieved. At least dying would mean someone had seen me, even if only long enough to decide I was worth consuming. At least I'd finally matter, even if only as a meal. A few wolves shifted uncomfortably at her words. But Eric didn't kill me. He didn't even threaten me. He gave me a room, had food delivered, left me alone to process everything that had happened. And when I broke his rules and wandered the castle at night when I should have been punished or sent away, he talked to me instead, asked me why I'd come, listened when I explained that being consumed by a monster seemed preferable to spending one more day being invisible. Jordan's voice grew stronger. And he understood. Because he knew what it felt like to be reduced to your worst qualities. To have everyone look at you and see only what's missing, or broken, or wrong. We recognized each other, him and me. Two broken things learning to survive in a world that had no use for us. She moved closer to Eric, their bond humming between them. Over the weeks and months, we built something. He taught me piano, his mother's compositions, that had been silent for 3 years. I sang with him, our voices harmonizing on a lullaby I didn't even know I remembered. We discovered we were family, that my mother was his aunt, that we shared bloodline and heritage, and a song that connects us in ways deeper than any political arrangement. And somewhere in all of that, Jordan continued, I fell in love. Not because I had no other options, not because I was manipulated or coerced, but because Eric sees me, really, truly sees me, not the wolfless failure, or the barren disappointment, but just me, Jordan. A person worthy of being known, of mattering, of existing without constantly apologizing for it. She turned to face her father. You ask why I want to stay? Because for the first time in my life, I have a home. Not a place I'm tolerated until I become too much of a burden. Not a pack that treats me like a ghost. But an actual home where I belong, where I'm valued, where my presence makes things better instead of worse. And yes, Jordan said, looking back at the council, I can't bear children, that's true. That hasn't changed. But neither Eric nor I signed a breeding contract. We formed a bond based on genuine connection, and that bond has only grown stronger. The fact that we can't produce heirs doesn't negate what we've built. It doesn't make our love less real or our commitment less valid. She took Eric's hand, their fingers intertwining. I am here by choice. I stay by choice. And I'm asking the council to recognize that my choices matter. That I'm not a child who needs her father's protection, or a tool that needs to fulfill its function. I'm a woman who's found where she belongs, and I'm refusing to leave it. Silence fell when she finished. Jordan could see some of the council members nodding slowly, their expressions thoughtful. Even a few of the alpha representatives in the audience seemed moved by her words. But Ismail wasn't done. Beautiful words, he said, his voice dripping with false sympathy. Truly moving, but they don't change the facts. Jordan is barren. The Nightshade bloodline needs heirs even if you refuse to admit it. Alpha King Eric, your pack requires succession planning. And my daughter cannot provide that. Eloise can. She's willing, capable, and would serve the Alliance's true purpose, without requiring you to abandon Jordan entirely. I don't want Eloise, Eric said flatly. I want Jordan. Only Jordan. Because you've convinced yourself that broken love is somehow more noble than practical necessity. Ismail shot back. But nobility doesn't defend territories, doesn't maintain alliances, doesn't ensure your pack's future after you're gone. What happens in 20 years when you're dead and there's no heir to take your throne? When the Nightshade pack fractures because their king was too proud to make practical choices, then they'll fracture, Eric said simply. But they'll do it knowing their king chose integrity over convenience, that he refused to betray his mate for political expediency. That's the legacy I want to leave, not a pile of heirs born from a bond I didn't want. That's madness, Ismail said. That's love, Jordan corrected. And it's worth protecting. Lorenzo held up a hand, silencing the argument. We've heard extensive testimony from both sides. The council will now deliberate. Alpha King Eric, Alpha Ismael, Lady Jordan, please wait outside while we consider our ruling. The wait was excruciating. Jordan paced the small antechamber where they'd been directed, unable to sit still, her nerves stretched to breaking. Eric stood by the window, his massive form silhouetted against the fading daylight, tension radiating through their bond. Whatever happens, he said quietly, we stay together. Even if we have to run, even if we have to live as rogues. We won't have to run, Mitzi interrupted, though her own expression was worried. You made a strong case, both of you. The council has to see that. The council has to follow the law, Jordan said. And if the law says, the door opened. Brandy Faulkner appeared, her expression carefully neutral. The council has reached a decision. Please return to the hall. They filed back in, Jordan's heart hammering so hard she could barely hear over it. The gathered alphas had grown quiet, everyone waiting to hear the verdict. Lorenzo stood, and the room fell silent. This has been an unusual case, he began. Not a clear-cut violation of law, but rather a question of interpretation. After careful consideration of all testimony, the council has reached the following conclusions. He paused, and Jordan felt Eric's hand find hers. First, regarding the nature of the mating contract, Alpha Ismael did not include explicit terms requiring the production of heirs in his original proposal to Alpha King Eric. While it may have been his expectation, expectations are not legally binding. Therefore, his petition for dissolution on grounds of unfulfilled contract lacks legal merit. Jordan felt a surge of hope, but Lorenzo wasn't finished. Second, regarding Lady Jordan's agency, we find her testimony credible and compelling. She is clearly here by choice, not coercion. Her understanding of what she's chosen appears complete and informed. While her father's concerns about her well-being are noted, she is of age to make her own decisions regarding her mating and residence. Relief flooded through the bond from Eric. However, Lorenzo continued, and Jordan's hope faltered, we cannot ignore the practical concerns raised. Alpha King Eric, your pact does need succession planning. Your curse makes your future uncertain, and without heirs, the Nightshade pack faces potential instability. Therefore, he said, the council's ruling is as follows. The mating bond between Jordan Fox and Eric Potts will stand. It cannot be dissolved against Lady Jordan's will. However, Ismael leaned forward, a cold smile on his face. However, we strongly encourage Alpha King Eric to consider the long-term needs of his pack. While we cannot force him to take a secondary mate, we do note that such arrangements are traditional and legal under pack law. Should he choose to accept Alpha Ismael's offer regarding Lady Eloise, the council would recognize and sanction such an arrangement. No, Jordan breathed. The mating stands, Lorenzo repeated firmly. Lady Jordan cannot be forced to return to Matthew's territory against her will, but the concerns about succession and pack stability are valid and should be addressed. How Alpha King Eric chooses to address them is his decision to make. He brought down his gavel. This hearing is concluded. The hall erupted in conversation. Jordan stood frozen, trying to process what had just happened. They'd won. Technically. Her father couldn't force her to leave. The bond was recognized as legitimate, but the council had essentially said Eric should take Eloise anyway, had validated her father's concerns, and put official pressure on Eric to accept a secondary mate. Through the bond, she felt Eric's fury and determination. He turned to her, pulling her close, despite the dozens of eyes watching them. It doesn't matter what they suggested, he said fiercely. You heard the ruling, we won. You stay. The bond stands. Everything else is just noise. But your pack will survive, or won't. But either way, I'm not taking Eloise. I'm not betraying you. I don't care what the council encourages or what pressure your father applies. You are my mate. My only mate. That doesn't change. Jordan wanted to believe him. Wanted to take comfort in his certainty. But she could see her father across the room. That cold smile still on his face. And she realized with sinking certainty that this wasn't over. The council had given them a technical victory while leaving the door open for Ismael to keep pushing, to keep applying pressure, to keep making Eric's life and his pack's stability contingent on accepting Eloise. They'd won the battle. But the war was just beginning. Chapter 8. The curse finally breaks. They returned to Nightshade Castle in tense silence. The council's ruling had bought them time. Jordan couldn't be forced to leave. The bond was legally recognized. But the encouragement for Eric to take a secondary mate hung over them like a sword waiting to drop. And worse, Jordan could feel through the bond how the suggestion had burrowed into Eric's mind, taking root in the part of him that felt responsible for his pack's well-being. "Stop," she said on their third night back, finding him in his study, staring at reports he wasn't actually reading. "Stop letting them make you doubt." Eric looked up, exhaustion written across his ruined features. "I'm not doubting us. I'm doubting myself. My ability to be what my pack needs while keeping my promises to you. They're not mutually exclusive, aren't they?" He set down the papers. "Jordan, be honest. If taking Eloise as a secondary mate just for political purposes, just to produce heirs meant securing my pack's future, would it really be such a betrayal?" "Yes," Jordan said immediately. "Because you'd be doing exactly what my father wants. Proving that I'm not enough. That I need to be supplemented by someone more useful. Reducing me to decoration while the real mate does the important work. That's not how I see it. That's how everyone would see it." Jordan moved closer, needing him to understand. "Eric, I didn't fight to stay here just to become invisible again. And that's what would happen if you took Eloise. I'd be the barren first wife, tolerated but ultimately irrelevant. She'd be the one giving you children, strengthening alliances, mattering. She swallowed hard. "I'd be exactly what I was in my father's pack, present but not seen, existing but not valued." Through the bond, she felt his anguish. He understood what she was saying, really understood, and it was tearing him apart. "I don't know what to do," he admitted quietly. "I love you. I meant every word I said at the hearing, but I also love my pack. And they're suffering, Jordan. Border territories lost to the Blood Moon pack, resources stretched thin. People dying because I don't have the military support your father could provide if I just..." He stopped, unable to finish. "If you just sacrifice me," Jordan finished bitterly. "No. Never that. But maybe there's a way to do this that doesn't diminish you. Maybe if we established clear boundaries, made it explicitly political." "There's no such thing as explicit boundaries when it comes to secondary mates," Jordan interrupted. "The moment she's here, the moment she's carrying your child, I become secondary regardless of what we call it. That's just reality. Then what's the solution?" Eric's voice rose with frustration. "How do I protect my pack without betraying you? How do I keep my word while doing my duty? Because right now, those things seem impossible to reconcile." Jordan had no answer. Because he was right, the situation was impossible. Either he took Eloise and destroyed what he and Jordan had built, or he refused and watched his pack continue to suffer. There was no good choice. No path forward that didn't require sacrificing something essential. "I don't know," she whispered. "I don't know how to fix this." They stood in painful silence, the weight of impossibility pressing down on them both. The attack came 3 days later. Blood Moon wolves hit the eastern border in force, 50 soldiers striking hard and fast, clearly informed of the Nightshade pack's weakened defenses. Eric's remaining guards fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. 6 wolves died in the first wave. Another dozen were injured. The message from Eric's border captain arrived at dawn, and Jordan watched her mate's face crumble as he read it. 6 dead, he said hollowly. 6 wolves who trusted me to protect them, who believed their king would keep them safe. And I. His voice broke. I failed them, because I was too proud to make the practical choice. Too selfish to put their needs above my own desires. Eric. No. Your father was right. He set down the message with shaking hands. My refusal to take Eloise is costing lives, real lives. Not abstract political consequences, but actual people dying because I won't compromise. Jordan felt ice flooding through her veins. What are you saying? I'm saying I have to contact Ismail. Accept his terms. Take Eloise as a secondary mate, and secure the alliance before more of my wolves die because of my pride. No. The word came out fierce. You can't. Eric, please. I don't have a choice anymore. His crimson eyes met hers, filled with anguish. 6 people are dead, Jordan. 6 families are grieving. How many more have to die before I accept that love, no matter how real, doesn't outweigh my responsibility to protect my pack? So that's it? Jordan's voice shook. Everything we said at the hearing, every promise we made, all of it means nothing the moment things get difficult. It means everything. Eric moved toward her, but she backed away. Jordan, you have to understand. I understand perfectly. Tears burned in her eyes. I understand that when it comes down to it, I'm still not enough. Still just the broken mate who needs to be supplemented by someone better. My father wins. He always wins. Because people like me, wolfless, barren, worthless, we don't get to keep the things we love. We just get reminded over and over that we never deserved them in the first place. That's not. Eric reached for her, but Jordan was already moving toward the door. Do what you have to do, she said, her voice hollow. Accept Eloise. Secure your alliance. Save your pack. I won't stand in your way. Jordan, wait. But she was already gone, fleeing through the castle corridors with tears streaming down her face and her heart shattering into pieces. She ran until she reached the music room, their space, the place where they'd built something beautiful together. The piano sat silent, dust already beginning to settle on its keys from days of neglect. Jordan collapsed onto the bench and let herself break completely. She'd known it would end this way. Had always known, deep down, that she wasn't enough to keep. That eventually reality would intrude, and Eric would have to choose between her and his responsibilities. And she couldn't even be angry at him for it. He was right, people were dying, his pack needed protection, and she was standing in the way of that protection because she was too broken to provide what the alliance required. Maybe her father had been right all along. Maybe she really was worthless except as a placeholder until someone more useful came along. Jordan's hands moved to the piano keys, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought had failed. She began to play the song of becoming, the melody flowing from her fingers automatically, and then she began to sing. Not the lullaby this time, not the song of bloodline and connection, but her own words, pouring out in the ancient language that had somehow become natural to her. I am not enough. Never will be broken from the start. Unable to see why you chose me when I can't provide what every mate should give with pride. I tried to be worthy, tried to belong, but worthiness fades when everything's wrong. My body betrays, my blood runs cold. I'm just a story that should never be told. The words came from a place of deep pain, each note a confession of inadequacy. But as she sang, something strange began to happen. The castle seemed to respond to her voice. The walls hummed with resonance. Light began to gather in the corners of the room, soft, golden, almost alive. Jordan kept singing, the melody shifting from despair to something else. Something that acknowledged the brokenness but refused to let it be the final word. But you saw me, truly saw me whole, not the pieces, but the hidden soul. You taught me music, gave me voice, showed me that staying could be a choice. So if this is ending, if we must part, I'll carry your music within my heart. The song we created, flawed but true, will be the proof that I once knew you. The light grew brighter, coalescing into something that looked almost like notes of music made visible, dancing, swirling patterns that seemed to be drawn to Jordan's voice. And then she heard it. Another voice joining hers. Eric stood in the doorway, his massive form silhouetted against the hallway. And he was singing the bass line to her melody, the foundation that made her soaring notes possible. You are enough. Always have been perfect in your imperfection. I chose you knowing what you couldn't give. Because you gave me a reason to live. I was lost, trapped in my curse, every day making everything worse. But you looked at me and didn't flee. You saw the man I used to be. Their voices twined together as Eric moved into the room, the golden light swirling faster now, responding to their harmony. Jordan felt the bond between them pulse with power, something more than just emotional connection. Something ancient and magical awakening. They reached the bridge together, their voices blending into perfect unity. Two broken pieces don't make one whole, but they can create something new. A song that's ours alone to know. A love that's messy but true. The light exploded outward, filling the entire room with radiance so bright Jordan had to close her eyes. She felt magic moving through her, through both of them, the power of the Nightshade bloodline, responding to their combined voices, to the song they'd created together. And then something shifted. Through her closed eyelids, Jordan saw a flash of darkness. Eric's form, but changing. She heard him gasp, heard the sound of his body transforming. Not the partial shift of his curse, but something deeper, something complete. The light faded slowly. When Jordan finally opened her eyes, she found herself staring at a man. Not the monster she'd grown to love, not the nightmare amalgamation of human and wolf, just Eric. Tall, broad-shouldered, undeniably human. His face was angular and strong, free of the muzzle that had defined him for 3 years. His hands resting on the piano beside hers were perfectly formed, the claws gone, just 5 fingers on each hand. His eyes were still striking, but no longer crimson. Instead, they were the deep blue-violet Jordan had imagined when he described his appearance before the curse. He was beautiful, and he was staring at her with an expression of absolute wonder. "Jordan," he breathed. "The curse, it's broken. I can feel it. The witch's magic is gone." Jordan couldn't speak, could only stare at this stranger who was somehow intimately familiar through their bond. This was Eric, her Eric, just restored, made whole in a way neither of them had believed possible. "How?" she finally managed. "The curse required true love's kiss. We tried that. It didn't work." "No," Eric said slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. "It required true love. Not the sanitized fairy tale version, not perfect and selfless and transcendent, just true, real, the kind of love that exists in the messiness and the complications and the impossible choices." He cupped her face with his newly human hands, the gesture achingly familiar despite the changed form. "We've been loving each other all along, Jordan, but we kept waiting for it to be pure enough or simple enough, or enough like a story to count. We kept thinking that because it was built on shared trauma and mutual recognition of brokenness, it somehow didn't qualify. But it did," Jordan whispered. "It always did." "It did," Eric confirmed. "The moment you chose to stay despite having every reason to run, the moment I chose you over political convenience. Every night we spent making music together, every time we faced impossible choices and refused to face them alone. That was true love. Not despite the complications, but including them." Through the bond, Jordan felt the truth of his words resonating. They'd been so focused on what their love wasn't, not a fairy tale, not curse-breaking, not the pure transcendent thing they'd imagined was required. They'd missed what it actually was. Real, messy, hard-won, and absolutely true. "The song," Jordan said suddenly. "When we sang together just now, we created something new. Not the lullaby, not your mother's compositions, but our own music, our own story." "A duet," Eric agreed. "Neither voice complete on its own, but together." He pulled her close, and Jordan felt the warmth of human skin instead of fur, smelled his scent without the acrid tinge of curse magic. "Together, we're enough." They stood like that for a long moment, just holding each other and marveling at the transformation. The curse was broken. Eric was human again. Everything they'd thought was impossible had just happened, because they'd finally stopped trying to make their love fit someone else's definition, and simply accepted it for what it was. But reality intruded quickly. "The attack," Jordan said, pulling back. "Your border wolves, Eric. People died. That hasn't changed just because the curse broke." Eric's expression grew serious. "No, it hasn't. But everything else has changed. I can show my face now, can meet with other alphas directly, can command my forces in person, instead of hiding in shadows." His jaw set with determination. "And I can tell your father exactly where he can put his offer regarding Eloise. But the alliance is no longer necessary." Eric's voice was firm. "With the curse broken, I can forge new alliances. Stronger ones, built on respect rather than desperation. Your father only had leverage because I was isolated and weakened. That's no longer the case." He took her hands, his grip warm and strong. "Jordan, I was about to sacrifice everything we built together because I thought I had no other choice. But I did, I just couldn't see it while I was trapped by the curse. Now I can. Now I can be the king my pack needs without betraying the woman I love. Are you sure? Jordan searched his face. Because 6 people still died. More will die if the Blood Moon pack isn't stopped. Can you really forge new alliances quickly enough? I have to try. Eric's voice was steel. But I'm not doing it by accepting your father's terms. I'm not proving to him, or to you, that you needed to be supplemented. You never did. You were always enough. I just let fear convince me otherwise. Through the bond, Jordan felt his absolute certainty. Felt the curse's breaking had done more than just restore his form, it had restored his confidence, his clarity, his ability to see options beyond the narrow path her father had tried to force him down. What do we do now? She asked. Now. Eric smiled, a fully human expression that still carried all the warmth she'd come to recognize in his ruined features. Now we send a message to your father. And then we prepare for war. The message Eric sent to Ismail was short and pointed. The curse is broken. I rule Nightshade in my true form, capable of forging alliances without depending on your support. Your offer regarding Eloise is declined permanently. Jordan remains my only mate, now and always. If you wish to maintain our alliance, it will be on equal terms, not as a favor you hold over my head. Regarding the Blood Moon pack, I'm handling it. Eric Potts, Alpha King of Nightshade. Jordan watched him seal the letter with his restored hands, marveling at how much had changed in the span of a single night. Eric was human again. The curse that had defined their entire relationship was gone, and with it, the power dynamic that had given her father leverage had completely shifted. He's not going to take this well, she said. I don't care. Eric's voice was firm. He spent months manipulating us, using my curse and your insecurities as weapons. That ends now. But what about the Blood Moon pack? You said you're handling it how? Eric moved to his desk, pulling out a map of the territories. With the curse broken, I can do what I should have done months ago, call a council of all the Northern Alphas. Show my face, prove I'm still capable of ruling, and form a coalition against the Blood Moon pack. United, we're stronger than any single alliance with your father could make us. He traced the border territories on the map. It will take time. Some alphas will be suspicious. I've been absent for 3 years, and rumors have filled that void. But I can convince them. I just needed to be able to show my face to do it. Jordan studied the map, seeing the tactical advantages Eric was describing. And my father? Can either join the coalition on equal footing or remain isolated. His choice. Eric looked up, his blue-violet eyes intense. But he doesn't get to hold you hostage anymore. Doesn't get to use the threat of dissolving our bond as leverage. That power is gone. He'll try to undermine you, Jordan warned. Spread rumors about the curse breaking. Suggest it's a trick or temporary. He won't give up his leverage easily. Then we'll prove it's real. Eric came around the desk, taking her hands. We'll attend the council meeting together. Let every alpha in the Northern Territories see that I'm restored, that we're united, that what we have is real and unbreakable. Through the bond, Jordan felt his determination, and underneath it, a fierce protectiveness. He was done letting her father dictate terms. Done allowing their love to be questioned or diminished. Together, she said, echoing their promise. Together, Eric agreed. The Northern Alpha Council convened 2 weeks later at the river-crossing neutral territory where representatives from every major pack could gather safely. Jordan stood beside Eric as they entered the Great Hall, aware of every eye tracking their movement. The last time most of these alphas had seen Eric was 3 years ago, before the curse. Many had believed him dead. Others had heard rumors of his transformation but dismissed them as exaggeration. Now, walking into the hall in his true form, human, whole, undeniably present, Eric commanded the attention of every wolf in the room. The gasps and whispers followed them to the front of the hall, where the head of the council waited. Jordan recognized several faces from her own hearing weeks before Allie Rogers, Milton Clark, Lorenzo Payne. But there were others now, alphas drawn by Eric's call for a coalition. And standing near the back, face tight with barely controlled fury, was Ismail. Alpha King Eric, Lorenzo said, rising from his seat. When you called this council, many of us were skeptical. Rumors of your condition had reached us, and some believed that I was still cursed, Eric interrupted smoothly. Or dead, or too far gone to rule effectively. I understand. 3 years is a long time to be absent from pack politics, but as you can see, he gestured to himself, the curse is broken. I am restored, and I'm here to propose a coalition to address the Blood Moon Pack's increasing aggression. He moved to the center of the hall, his presence commanding. For too long, we've allowed the Blood Moon Wolves to expand their territory unchecked. They've attacked our borders, killed our people, and exploited our divisions. Individually, we struggle to defend against them. United, we become a force they cannot overcome. United under your leadership? One Alpha called out a man Jordan didn't recognize. You've been absent for 3 years. Why should we trust you to lead a coalition now? Because I'm the only one strong enough to make it work, Eric said bluntly. The Nightshade Pack controls the largest territory in the north. Our resources, when fully mobilized, exceed any other single pack's capabilities. And unlike some, his eyes flicked briefly to Ismail. I'm not looking to expand my own power at others' expense. I'm looking to protect what we all have. Fine words, the Alpha said. But how do we know the curse is truly broken? That this isn't some temporary reprieve that will leave us depending on a king who could transform back into a monster at any moment? Before Eric could respond, Ismail stood. An excellent question, he said, his voice carrying through the hall. After all, curses don't simply break on their own. There are usually conditions true loves kiss, specific magical requirements. Alpha King Eric, perhaps you'd like to explain exactly how your curse was lifted. The trap was obvious. If Eric explained that Jordan's love had broken the curse, Ismail would argue it proved they'd been right to question the validity of their bond. If he refused to explain, suspicion would remain. But Eric just smiled, confident and unflinching. The curse was broken through true love, he said clearly. My mate, Jordan Fox, daughter of the Nightshade bloodline through her mother Allison, loved me completely enough to break the witch's spell. Not despite my cursed form, but including it. Her love, and mine for her, proved strong enough to overcome magic that had trapped me for 3 years. He turned to face Ismail directly. Alpha Ismail spent months trying to convince me that our bond was inadequate, that Jordan was insufficient as a mate, that I needed to supplement her with someone more useful. But he was wrong. Jordan was always enough. More than enough. And the breaking of my curse is proof of that. Murmurs rippled through the gathered Alphas. Jordan felt her cheeks burning but kept her head high, refusing to show weakness. That's a romantic interpretation, Ismail said coldly. But it doesn't address the practical concerns. Lady Jordan is still wolfless, still barren, still unable to provide the heirs necessary for succession planning. The curse breaking doesn't change those facts. No, it doesn't, Eric agreed. But it does change everything else. Jordan is my mate, my chosen partner, recognized by the Pack Council as legitimate. Whether she can bear children is irrelevant to her value or my commitment to her. And frankly, Alpha Ismail, your obsession with my succession planning says more about your desire for control than any genuine concern for my pack's well-being. The accusation hung in the air, sharp and unmistakable. I offered you an alliance, Ismail said, his voice tight. Support you desperately needed. All I asked in return was reasonable assurance of bloodline continuation. You asked me to betray my mate, Eric interrupted. To take your other daughter as a secondary mate to fix the inadequacies of your first. You used my curse and my pack's weakness as leverage to try to force an arrangement that benefited only you. That's not alliance building, that's manipulation. I offered you Eloise because Jordan cannot fulfill. Jordan fulfills everything I need. Eric cut him off. She's my family, my partner, my home. The fact that she can't bear children doesn't diminish any of that. And the only person who seems unable to understand that is you. Ismail's face darkened with rage. You're making a mistake. This coalition you're proposing, it won't work. Other Alphas won't follow a king whose mate can't even shift into her wolf form. They'll see weakness. They'll see strength. Ollie Rogers spoke up from the council seats. They'll see an Alpha who kept his word despite impossible pressure, who chose integrity over convenience. That's the kind of leader I'd follow into a coalition. As would I, Milton Clark added. Alpha King Eric, if you're serious about forming a united front against the Blood Moon Pack, the Clark territory is with you. One by one, Other alphas began to voice support. Not all of them, some remained skeptical, others clearly aligned with Ismail, but enough, more than enough to form the coalition Eric had proposed. Jordan watched her father's expression grow darker with each declaration of support. He'd expected to maintain his leverage, to continue using Jordan as a tool to control Eric, but the curse breaking had shattered that power completely. "This isn't over," Ismail said quietly, his eyes fixing on Jordan with an expression that sent chills down her spine. "You think you've won? You've just signed your pack's death warrant. When the Blood Moon Pack crushes this fragile coalition, and they will remember that I offered you a way to survive. If the coalition falls, we'll fall together," Eric said. "But we won't fall bowing to manipulators who use their own daughters as bargaining chips. Now, if you'll excuse us, some of us have actual leadership to discuss." He turned away, dismissing Ismail completely. Jordan followed, her heart pounding. Through the bond, she felt Eric's satisfaction mixed with lingering anger. They'd won this confrontation, had secured the coalition, had proven that their bond was strong enough to break curses and withstand political manipulation. But her father's warning echoed in her mind. This isn't over. It wasn't over. 3 days after the council meeting, as Eric worked to formalize the coalition and coordinate defenses against the Blood Moon Pack, Jordan received an unexpected visitor, Eloise. She arrived alone, without escort, looking exhausted and determined in equal measure. "I need to speak with you," she said without preamble. Privately, Jordan led her sister to the music room neutral ground, a space that held no painful memories between them. They sat facing each other across the piano, years of complicated history hanging between them. "Father sent you," Jordan said. "It wasn't a question." "No." Eloise shook her head. "I came on my own. Against his explicit orders, actually. He's furious with me right now." "Why?" Eloise took a breath. "Because I told him I wouldn't go along with his plans anymore. That I was done being used as a weapon against you." Jordan stared at her sister, uncertain whether to believe this sudden change of heart. "What plans?" "He's not going to let this go, Jordan. The coalition, your bond with Eric, the way he was dismissed at the council meeting, it's eating at him. He's planning something. I don't know exactly what, but I know it involves hurting you to get to Eric." Cold dread pooled in Jordan's stomach. "What kind of hurt?" "I don't know specifics. He's being careful about who he tells. But I've overheard enough to know he's working with someone, maybe the Blood Moon Pack, maybe the witch who cursed Eric originally, someone who can undo what was done." Eloise leaned forward urgently. "Jordan, you need to be careful. Father sees you as the weak point in Eric's armor. If he can hurt you, he thinks he can control Eric." "Why are you telling me this?" Jordan asked. "Why turn against him now?" Eloise was quiet for a long moment. "Because I saw your face at the hearing," she finally said. "When Father detailed all your inadequacies, listed every way you'd failed to be useful, and I realized he'd do the same to me eventually. The moment I stopped being useful, stopped serving his purposes, I'd be just another tool he didn't need anymore." She met Jordan's eyes. "You were right. About everything. He doesn't value us as daughters. He sees us as assets to be deployed or discarded as needed. And I'm tired of pretending that's love." Jordan studied her sister, seeing genuine emotion behind the words. Years of resentment and hurt warred with the memory of who they'd been as children before their mother died, before Jordan's wolf failed to manifest, before everything between them became complicated by their father's expectations. "What do you want?" Jordan asked carefully. "To warn you," Eloise said. "And to apologize. For going along with Father's plans. For agreeing to be sent here to replace you. I told myself I was being practical, but really I was just too afraid to stand up to him. To admit that maybe you'd found something real, something worth protecting, even if it didn't fit his definition of useful." "You're apologizing." "I'm trying to." Eloise smiled weakly. "I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't expect us to suddenly be close again. But I wanted you to know I see you now. Really see you. And what you have with Eric, this life you've built. You were right to fight for it." Through the bond, Jordan felt Eric's attention focusing on her, sensing her emotional turmoil through their connection. She sent back reassurance. This was complicated, but not dangerous. "Thank you for the warning," Jordan said finally. And 4. For trying. Be careful, Eloise said, standing. Whatever Father's planning, it's going to come soon. Before the coalition solidifies. Before Eric becomes too powerful to threaten. Watch your back, Jordan. And watch Eric's too. After Eloise left, Jordan sat alone in the music room, processing everything her sister had said. Her father was planning something designed to hurt her specifically, to use her as leverage against Eric. She should have been terrified. Instead, she felt only determination. Because this time, she wasn't alone. Wasn't invisible. Wasn't facing her father's machinations without support. This time, she had Eric, had their bond, had a coalition of alphas who'd seen her father's manipulation and chosen to support her mate instead. Whatever Ismail was planning, they would face it together. And they would win. They had to. Because the alternative, losing everything they'd fought so hard to build, was unacceptable. Jordan rose from the piano bench and went to find Eric. They had preparations to make. A storm was coming, and they needed to be ready. Epilogue. Where we belong. 6 months later. The music room glowed with afternoon sunlight, dust motes dancing in the beams that streamed through windows Jordan had spent weeks cleaning. The castle had changed dramatically in the months since the curse broke, no longer a tomb, but a living, breathing home filled with purpose and people. Jordan sat at the piano, her fingers moving through a new composition she'd been working on. Not Eric's mother's music, though she still played those pieces often. This was something of her own creation, a melody that spoke of transformation and finding home in unexpected places. She heard him before she saw him, Eric's footsteps in the hallway. No longer the uneven gait of his cursed form, but the confident stride of a king who'd reclaimed his throne. Through the bond, she felt his contentment and slight exhaustion. The coalition meetings were productive but draining. How did it go? She asked as he entered, not stopping her playing. Eric moved to stand behind her, his hands settling on her shoulders as he listened to her music. Surprisingly well. We've pushed the Blood Moon Pack back to their original borders. Their alpha is requesting terms for a formal peace treaty. That's wonderful. Jordan's fingers stumbled slightly on the keys. Does that mean? The coalition worked. She heard the satisfaction in Eric's voice. Your father's warnings about it being fragile and doomed to fail? Completely wrong. United, we were more than strong enough to defend our territories and force the Blood Moon Pack to negotiate. Jordan smiled, finishing the piece with a flourish. I wish I could see his face when he heard. You can, actually. Eric moved around to sit beside her on the piano bench. He's here. Arrived this morning requesting an audience. Said he has something important to discuss. Jordan's contentment evaporated. He's here? In the castle? In the throne room, being made to wait. Eric's voice held grim amusement. I wanted to check with you before I agreed to see him. After Eloise's warning about his plans. That was 6 months ago, Jordan interrupted. And nothing happened. No attacks, no schemes, nothing except him being forced to watch your coalition succeed while his influence diminished. She considered. Maybe he's finally ready to admit defeat. Or he's desperate enough to try something new. Eric's hand found hers on the piano keys. I can send him away. Tell him we're not interested in whatever he's selling. Jordan was tempted. The thought of facing her father again made her stomach churn with old wounds. But she could also feel through the bond that Eric wanted closure too, wanted to face Ismail from a position of strength, and make clear that his manipulation no longer had power over them. Let's hear what he has to say, Jordan decided. Together. Together, Eric agreed. Ismail looked older than Jordan remembered. 6 months hadn't been kind to him. New lines etched his face, and his shoulders carried a weight that hadn't been there before. He stood in the throne room, flanked by only 2 guards, a far cry from the 20 wolves he'd brought to make his power clear months ago. Eric sat on his throne with Jordan standing at his right hand, the position she'd claimed from the beginning and never relinquished. The statement was clear. They were united, unshakable, and uninterested in whatever games Ismail wanted to play. Alpha Ismail, Eric said coolly. You requested an audience. I did. Ismail's voice was carefully neutral. I come to discuss terms for maintaining the alliance between our packs. The alliance dissolved 6 months ago when you tried to manipulate me into taking your daughter as a secondary mate, Eric said flatly. We have no arrangement. I'm aware. And I'm here to renegotiate. The word clearly cost Ismael something. Your coalition against the Blood Moon Pack was successful. More successful than I anticipated. Other alphas are looking to you for leadership now, seeking to join the coalition even though the immediate threat has passed. You've become a significant political force in the Northern Territories. And you want back in, Jordan said, understanding dawning. Your pack is isolated now. Other alphas saw how you tried to manipulate Eric. How you used your own daughters as weapons. They don't trust you. Ismael's jaw tightened, but he didn't deny it. My pack needs allies. The Matthews territory borders hostile lands, and without the coalition's protection, we're vulnerable. I'm here to propose a proper alliance, one built on mutual benefit, rather than… He stopped, seeming to struggle with the words. Rather than coercion. What changed? Eric asked. 6 months ago, you were threatening us. Invoking pack law, sending Eloise as a replacement, warning that our coalition would fail. Now you're asking to join it. Why? Because I was wrong. The admission clearly pained Ismael. About the coalition. About your ability to rule effectively after the curse. About… His eyes flicked to Jordan. About many things. About me, Jordan said quietly. You were wrong about me. Ismael was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Yes, I was wrong about you. The acknowledgement hung in the air, inadequate. Far too late, but real. You treated me like I was worthless, Jordan continued, her voice steady despite the emotions churning through her. For 7 years after my wolf failed to manifest, you made it clear that I was a burden. A failure. Something to be disposed of at the first opportunity. You sent me here expecting me to die or disappear, and when I found home and family and purpose, you tried to take it all away, because it didn't serve your interests. I know. Ismael's voice was low. I know what I did. What I've always done. Treating my daughters like assets, rather than people. Measuring their worth by their utility rather than… He stopped, swallowing hard. Rather than seeing them at all. Why? Jordan demanded. Why couldn't you just see me? Why was it so impossible to value me for who I am instead of constantly measuring me against what I'm not? Ismael looked at her fully for the first time, and Jordan saw something she'd never seen in his face before: genuine emotion. Pain, perhaps. Or regret. Because you reminded me of your mother, he said quietly. Every day, you looked more like Allison. Had her eyes, her expressions, her way of moving through the world, and it hurt. Losing her hurt so much that I couldn't bear to look at you without remembering everything I'd lost. So I stopped looking. Stopped seeing you as my daughter. And started seeing you as just a problem to be solved. A burden to be managed. The explanation didn't excuse anything. Didn't undo 7 years of erasure and rejection. But it was at least honest. That wasn't fair to me, Jordan said. I lost my mother too. But I also lost my father because you couldn't handle your grief. You erased both of them from my life. I did. Ismael's voice was heavy. And I can't undo that. Can't give you back the years I stole or the childhood you deserved. But I can. He hesitated. I can try to do better going forward, if you'll allow it. Jordan looked at Eric, finding his hand with hers. Through the bond, she felt his support. Whatever she decided, he would stand with her. This was her choice to make. She studied her father, this man who'd caused her so much pain, who'd tried to destroy the home she'd built here. Part of her wanted to reject him completely, to make him feel the invisibility she'd endured for years. But another part, the part that had learned about love and forgiveness and second chances from Eric, understood that holding on to that anger would only hurt her. An alliance? Jordan said finally. On equal terms. The Matthews Pack joins the coalition, receives its protection and resources. In exchange, you provide the same military support you originally offered. But she held up a hand as Ismael started to speak. You acknowledge publicly that I am Alpha King Eric's mate, that our bond is legitimate and uncontestable, and that any future arrangements regarding our pack's succession are ours to decide without your input. And, Eric added, his voice hard, You formally apologize to Jordan, not just to me privately but publicly. Let every alpha in the coalition hear you acknowledge that you were wrong about her, that she was always enough, and you failed to see it. Ismail flinched as if struck. A public apology would be humiliating for an alpha of his standing, would require him to admit fault before his peers and acknowledge that his daughter, the one he'd declared worthless, had been right all along. Jordan waited, curious to see whether his desperation for the alliance would outweigh his pride. Finally, Ismail nodded. I'll do it. Whatever terms you require, I'll meet them. My pack needs this alliance, and… He looked at Jordan again. And maybe it's past time I acknowledge some truths I've been avoiding. Then we have an agreement, Eric said, pending the public apology and formal documentation of terms. You'll be notified when the next coalition meeting is scheduled. It was a dismissal. Ismail recognized it as such, nodding stiffly before turning to leave. But at the doorway, he paused. Jordan, he said without turning around, your mother would be proud of who you've become, what you've built here. I thought you should know that. Then he was gone, leaving Jordan standing beside Eric's throne with tears streaming down her face. Not tears of pain this time. Tears of release. Of closure. Of finally being seen by the man who'd spent 7 years looking through her. Eric pulled her into his arms, and Jordan let herself be held, feeling the safety and warmth of his embrace through the bond they shared. Are you all right? He murmured against her hair. I think so, Jordan said. It doesn't fix anything. Doesn't undo the damage. But it's something, Eric finished. Acknowledgement. Maybe even the beginning of actual healing. Maybe. Jordan pulled back to look at him. I don't think I can ever have a normal relationship with him. Too much has happened. But maybe we can have something. Some kind of peace. That's more than enough, Eric said. You don't owe him anything more than you're willing to give. Through the bond, Jordan felt his absolute support, his understanding that this was complicated and painful and would take time to process, and his unwavering certainty that whatever she decided, he would stand beside her. I love you, she said softly. I love you too. Eric kissed her forehead. Now, I believe you were working on a new composition? I'd like to hear the rest of it. Jordan smiled, letting him lead her back to the music room. Back to the space where they'd first truly seen each other, where they'd built something real out of shared brokenness. Back home. 1 year later. The castle was full of voices. Jordan paused in the hallway, listening to the sound of laughter and conversation drifting from the main hall. The coalition meeting had drawn representatives from every pack in the Northern Territories. Alphas and their mates, advisors and strategists, all gathered to discuss trade routes and defense agreements, and the business of maintaining peace. A year ago, the castle had been a tomb. Now it was the political center of the North, bustling with life and purpose. Jordan made her way to the music room, seeking a moment of quiet before the evening's formal dinner. She found Eloise there, sitting at the piano and carefully picking out a simple melody. That's pretty, Jordan said, making her sister jump. Jordan, I didn't hear you come in. Eloise pulled her hands back from the keys guiltily. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. It's fine. Jordan moved to sit beside her sister on the bench. You're welcome to play whenever you want, though I'm surprised you're hiding in here instead of networking with the other Alpha's children. Eloise grimaced. Father is introducing me to potential mates. Again. I needed a break from being appraised like breeding stock. Ah. Jordan understood that feeling intimately. You could always tell him you're not interested in mating yet. I've tried. He says I need to secure an advantageous match before I age out of desirability. Eloise's voice was bitter. Apparently 24 is ancient for an unmated Alpha's daughter. Jordan studied her sister, seeing the exhaustion and frustration written in her features. In the year since Eloise had warned her about their father's plans, they'd rebuilt a tentative relationship, not quite the closeness they'd had as children, but something real. Something that might someday become genuine sisterhood again. You know, Jordan said carefully, you don't have to live in his pack. If you wanted to leave, to find your own path. Where would I go? Eloise interrupted. I'm not like you, Jordan. I can't just exist on the margins. I need pack structure, need to belong somewhere. And the Matthews pack is the only home I know. Then make him change. Jordan's voice was firm. Make him see you the way he's finally starting to see me, as a person worthy of being known, not just a tool to be deployed. You have leverage now. The coalition respects Eric, which means they respect me, which means they'll listen if I speak up about pack treatment of unmated women. Use that. Eloise looked at her sister with something like wonder. When did you get so strong? I've always been strong, Jordan said quietly. I just needed someone to remind me that strength doesn't require a wolf form. That I could be enough. Exactly as I am. Eric. And Mitzi. And this castle. And slowly, painfully, myself. Jordan reached over to play a few notes on the piano. You're strong too, Eloise. You just need to claim it. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, both of them playing fragments of melodies that wove together into something almost harmonious. I'm glad you're happy, Eloise said finally. Truly. Seeing you and Eric together, the way he looks at you, the way you've made this castle feel like home, it gives me hope that maybe relationships don't have to be transactions. That maybe love can actually be real. It can, Jordan assured her. It is. You just have to find someone who sees you clearly and chooses you anyway. Like Eric chose you. Like Eric chose me, Jordan agreed. Monster form and all. Eloise smiled, genuine and warm. For what it's worth, I never thought you were worthless. Even when Father said it. Even when I went along with his plans, I knew you mattered. I was just too afraid to say so. I know. Jordan squeezed her sister's hand. And I've forgiven you. We were both surviving the best we could in an impossible situation. But we don't have to keep surviving that way. We can start actually living. I'd like that, Eloise said softly. Before Jordan could respond, Eric appeared in the doorway. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. He stopped, seeing the sisters together at the piano. I'm interrupting. No, Eloise said, standing. I should get back anyway. Father will send search parties if I'm missing too long. She smiled at Jordan. Thank you. For the talk. And for everything. After Eloise left, Eric moved to sit beside Jordan on the bench. Everything all right? Better than all right. Jordan leaned against his shoulder. I think Eloise and I might actually rebuild something real. It won't be what we had as children. But it could be something good. I'm glad. Eric's arm wrapped around her waist. You deserve to have family beyond just me and Mitzi. Speaking of Mitzi, have you seen her? She was supposed to oversee the dinner preparations, but I haven't heard her voice in hours, which is concerning. Eric laughed. She's in the kitchens terrorizing the temporary staff we brought in for the coalition meeting. I passed by earlier and heard her threatening to turn someone into soup if they didn't dice the vegetables properly. That sounds about right. Jordan smiled, then turned serious. Eric, can I ask you something? Always. Do you ever regret it? The way things turned out? I know you've got the coalition now, and the curse is broken. But you also have a mate who can't give you heirs. Who can't shift to fight beside you if it comes to war. Does it ever feel like you settled for less than you deserved? Eric was quiet for a moment, considering the question seriously, rather than dismissing it with easy reassurances. No, he said finally. Not once. Not even close. Jordan, you've given me everything that actually matters: home, partnership, a reason to exist beyond just ruling. The things you can't give me? They're not things I want. Not if having them means losing what we have. He turned her to face him fully. I don't need heirs. If the nightshade line ends with me, then it ends with love and integrity intact. That's a better legacy than any biological children could provide. And as for fighting, you fight beside me every day. Just in different ways. Your strength isn't measured in claws and fangs. It's measured in resilience and courage, and the absolute refusal to become invisible just because the world wants you to. Through the bond, Jordan felt the truth of every word, felt his absolute certainty that she was exactly what he wanted, exactly what he needed, exactly enough. I love you, she whispered. I love you too. Eric kissed her softly. Now, we should probably make an appearance at this dinner before the Alphas start wondering if their host has abandoned them. Probably, Jordan agreed. But she didn't move, just sat there with Eric in the music room where it had all begun, feeling grateful for every impossible choice that had led them here. For being sent to die and finding home instead. For falling in love with a monster and discovering a man. For choosing each other every day despite every reason to give up. For building something real out of shared brokenness. For finally being seen. 2 years later, Jordan stood in the castle's library, once dusty and forgotten, now meticulously organized and frequently used, cataloging a new shipment of books from the Southern Territories. The coalition's success had opened up trade routes that had been closed for years, allowing information and culture to flow freely between packs. She heard the sound of small footsteps racing down the hallway, followed by Mitzi's exasperated voice. "Slow down. You'll trip and crack your head open, and then your parents will have me for soup." A child burst into the library, a boy of perhaps 6, with dark hair and bright golden eyes. He skidded to a stop when he saw Jordan, suddenly shy. "Sorry, Lady Jordan," he said, his voice small. "Mitzi said I could find books here, for learning?" Jordan smiled, recognizing him as one of the orphans from the recent Blood Moon conflict. Several children had lost parents in the final battles before peace was achieved, and Eric had quietly arranged for them to be fostered within the Nightshade Pack, rather than left to navigate the foster system alone. "You absolutely can," Jordan said, kneeling to be at his eye level. "What kind of books do you like?" "Stories about heroes," the boy said, gaining confidence. "With magic and adventures and happy endings. I have just the thing." Jordan moved to one of the shelves, pulling down a volume of ancient legends. "These are stories from the Northern Territories, wolves who became heroes, magic that saved kingdoms, love that broke curses." The boy's eyes went wide as he took the book reverently. "Thank you, Lady Jordan." "You're welcome?" Jordan realized she didn't know his name. "Rudy," the boy supplied. "Rudy Young. Well, Rudy Young, you're welcome in this library anytime you want. And if you need help reading any of the words, just ask." After Rudy left, clutching his book like treasure, Mitzi appeared in the doorway, shaking her head. "You're collecting them, you know. The strays, the broken ones. First Eric, then me, now every orphan and misfit who wanders into this castle. They're not strays," Jordan said. "They're family, or they will be if they choose to stay." Spoken like someone who knows what it feels like to be unwanted, Mitzi's voice was gentle. "You're giving them what you never had a place to belong without having to justify their existence. Someone should." Jordan returned to her cataloging. Besides, this castle was a tomb for 3 years. Now it's full of voices and life and purpose. "That feels right." "It does," Mitzi agreed. "Your mother would be proud. You know, Allison always believed that home was something you built, not something you were born into. She chose to leave Nightshade for love, built a life with Ismael, even though it cost her everything familiar. You've done the same, built a home out of nothing but determination and love." "And Eric," Jordan added. "And Eric," Mitzi confirmed. "Though I'd argue you saved each other. He gave you a place to be seen, and you gave him a reason to exist beyond the curse. That's partnership." Jordan smiled, thinking about her mate currently meeting with coalition representatives to discuss expansion of trade agreements. 2 years since the curse broke, and Eric had transformed from an isolated monster to the most respected alpha in the Northern Territories. Not through force or intimidation, but through integrity and genuine concern for all the packs under the coalition's protection. They'd built something impossible together. A home in a castle that should have been a tomb. A love that had broken a curse by simply being real. A family cobbled together from strays and misfits, who'd all found belonging in unexpected places. "Mitzi," Jordan said suddenly, "do you ever regret staying? After Eric was cursed, after everyone else left, you could have fled to safety. Found a comfortable position with another pack. Why did you stay?" The old woman was quiet for a long moment. "Because I remember what he was before," she said finally. "And I knew that man was still in there, buried under the horror. Someone needed to remember. Someone needed to keep believing he was worth saving. And he was." Mitzi's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "You proved that. When you chose to stay, when you saw past the monster to the man inside, you proved that he was always worth saving. That kindness and integrity don't disappear just because your form changes. That love can exist in the messy, complicated spaces between what we are and what we wish we could be. Jordan moved to hug the old woman who'd become like a grandmother to her. "Thank you," she whispered. "For staying, for remembering, for helping us find our way to each other. Thank you for giving this castle life again," Mitzi replied. "For making an old woman believe that happy endings are possible even when everything seems broken beyond repair." They stood like that for a moment, two women who'd both learned that home was something you chose and built and fought to protect. Then Mitzi pulled back, dabbing at her eyes. "Enough sentimentality. I have dinner to prepare and foster children to keep from destroying the kitchens. You finish your cataloging." After she left, Jordan returned to her books, but her mind wandered to the music room, to the piano where she and Eric had first harmonized, to the song they'd created together that had broken his curse not through pure love or selfless sacrifice, but through recognition of each other's reality. Two broken pieces that didn't make one whole, but created something new together. That's what they'd built. What they continued to build every day. And it was more than enough. It was everything. That evening, Jordan found Eric in the music room as the sun set, just as she'd known she would. He sat at the piano, playing one of his mother's compositions, the same melody he'd been struggling with the night Jordan had broken down and found him here 2 years ago. But now his human hands moved smoothly across the keys, the music flowing beautifully through the space they'd claimed as their own. "You've gotten better," Jordan said from the doorway. Eric looked up, his blue-violet eyes warming at the sight of her. "I've had a good teacher." Flatterer. Jordan moved to sit beside him on the bench, their bodies fitting together naturally after years of practice. "The coalition meetings went well? Surprisingly well. Everyone's agreed to expand trade routes and share resources more freely. We're even discussing a joint training program for young wolves, rotating them through different packs so they learn various fighting styles and leadership approaches. That's ambitious. It's necessary." Eric's hands stilled on the keys. "If we want lasting peace, we need to build connections deeper than just mutual defense agreements. We need the next generation to see themselves as part of something larger than their individual packs." "Spoken like a true king," Jordan said, pride evident in her voice. "Spoken like someone who learned from the best." Eric's hand found hers on the piano keys. "You've taught me more about leadership in 2 years than I learned in 20 years of rule before the curse. You showed me that strength isn't just about power, it's about choosing integrity, even when convenience is offered. About building home in impossible places. About seeing people clearly and choosing them anyway." Through the bond, Jordan felt his love and gratitude washing over her like a wave. "Will you sing with me?" Eric asked. "Our song. I want to hear how it's changed." Jordan knew exactly what he meant. The song they'd created together, the one that had broken his curse, had evolved over the years. New verses added as they lived and grew and faced challenges together. Each version a snapshot of who they were in that moment. She nodded, and Eric began to play. They sang together, their voices weaving the familiar melody. "I was broken, thought I'd always be trapped by what I couldn't see. But you looked at me with eyes so clear, and taught me not to live in fear. You were cursed, trapped in monster skin. But I saw the man you were within. Together we learned what love could be. Not perfect, but completely free. Two broken pieces, side by side, created something we don't have to hide. A song that's ours alone to sing. A love that makes our spirits wing. This castle was a tomb, alone and cold, but we filled it with a story to be told, of how brokenness can still create a home built on choosing our own fate." They continued, adding new verses about the coalition, about fostering lost children, about Jordan's tentative peace with her father and Eloise's growing independence. Each verse a chapter of their life together, each note a celebration of how far they'd come. When they finished, silence fell, but it was a comfortable silence, full of contentment and belonging. "I have something to tell you," Eric said quietly. Jordan felt a flutter of nervousness through the bond. "What is it?" "I've been thinking about succession, about what happens to the Nightshade Pack after I'm gone." He turned to face her fully. "I know we can't have biological children, but we have Rudy now. And 3 other foster children we've taken in. What if?" He paused, gathering his thoughts. "What if we formally adopted them? Made them Nightshade heirs? Not just fostered, but fully claimed as our family?" Jordan's breath caught. You want to adopt the orphans. I want to build a family with you. Eric corrected. These children need home and parents and belonging. We can provide that. And if one of them proves to have leadership qualities, if they choose to pursue that path well, bloodline inheritance isn't the only way to pass on a legacy. Character and training matter just as much. Through the bond, Jordan felt his absolute sincerity. He wasn't suggesting this as a consolation prize for not having biological children. He genuinely wanted to create a family with her, to give lost children the home and belonging they both understood the value of. Yes, Jordan said, tears streaming down her face. Yes, let's adopt them. Let's make them ours. Let's show them that family is something you build, not just something you're born into. Eric pulled her close, and Jordan felt his relief and joy flooding through their connection. We'll need to make it official. Formal adoption ceremony. Legal documentation, the whole process. I don't care about the process, Jordan said fiercely. I care about giving those children what we both needed to be seen, to be chosen, to matter without having to justify our existence. Then that's what we'll do. Eric kissed her softly. We'll build a family. Not the traditional way, but in a way that's uniquely ours, just like everything else we've created together. Jordan laughed through her tears. We really don't do anything the conventional way, do we? Not once. Eric's smile was warm and genuine, and I wouldn't change a single thing. They sat together at the piano as darkness fell completely outside, the castle around them full of voices and life and purpose. Orphan children learning to read in the library, Mitzi humming in the kitchens, coalition representatives discussing peace in the Great Hall, a tomb transformed into a home, a curse broken by messy, complicated, absolutely real love, a future built not on biological legacy, but on the choice to see clearly and choose anyway. Jordan leaned her head against Eric's shoulder, feeling through their bond the perfect rightness of this moment. They'd fought so hard to get here through manipulation and isolation, through impossible choices and political pressure, through doubts and fears and the constant weight of being told they weren't enough. But they had made it. Together, they had built something impossible, and it was more beautiful than any fairy tale. It was home.